It's nice to be here. I'm trying. I went back to an old streaming service so that I could have a decent stream quality this morning because OBS is wonderful, but sometimes it glitches, and that's fine. But, oh, Price. No, that's not what his name is. His name is Prince. Where is that? Anyway, I was watching. Hold on. I was watching Eric Prince. I was just poking around YouTube this morning, actually. And I thought I'd go live early because I just thought this is interesting. So that's pretty much all I thought. That's pretty much all I thought. That's what I thought. Anyway, good morning to anyone that's here. I'm glad you're here. I should be on Twitter. We should be live on Twitter. I don't know if that's true or not, but I hope so. So please like, share, and subscribe. Please. Thank you. Please and thank you. So, anyway, interesting morning. I am perplexed by how content, gets attention on this, in this world. And yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy what people think is real. It's crazy what people think is value added. That's just crazy to me. So, anyway, I thought I'd go live early and maybe watch some of this before I read Jamie Raskin's report. Jamie Raskin, he has a report. Hey, I'm on Twitter. It worked. Fantastisha. Let me see if I can share it. 6 viewers. Oh my God. You guys, that's amazing. Let me see if I can I share it? Oh, post this. Yeah. Hey, I'm live. I'm live. I wish I had my camera on, but I don't. I'm not going to go on camera for a while. Just because I don't want to. Just because I don't want to. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and get us started. So I do not condone Eric Prince. I hate Eric Prince. Eric Prince is the Prince of Darkness. He is the brother of Betsy DeVos, which is a family dedicated, it seems, to upending education and military and police. So this family is real dedicated to doing that. Anyway, so you don't get to hear, well, I shouldn't say that. I don't watch everything Eric Prince does, but the thing is I don't hear him talk that often because I don't seek him out. So I was curious when I came across this. I hate the PBD podcast. It's actually one of the worst news shows on television. But that's where the bad guys go. So sometimes I have to go there too. Anyway, so we're going to listen to what Eric Prince of Darkness has to say this morning and make fun of him, pretty much. So here we go.
Now, what did your other 2 sisters do? The two middle ones. What business did they go into?
My middle sister has her family has a significant ice cream business.
Would I know about it?
Hudson ice cream, and
Okay.
they make a whole bunch of private label brands for a lot of stuff that you'd see in the grocery store shelves. And my youngest sister, they have a bunch of car dealerships and injection molding, and she is an ordained minister.
So how is that possible for everybody to be successful? What did mom and dad teach? Were there a certain set of clear values and principles? We expect you to do this, and then you do this, and then you do that?
I guess they kind of imbued that Dutch Protestant work ethic from a very early age, and hard work and excellence was expected.
But was there, like, when I talk to my kids, I've interviewed Kennedy and I've interviewed President Bush, and I say Kennedy, I mean R.F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy.
Yeah.
I'm too young to have met
Great
him
guy.
either. Very nice guy. And I would ask, I'd say, so tell me, what are the traditions within the family? Like, what do you do? What did your father or grandfather expect from you? What was dinner like? What did you guys talk about? We always talk about politics. We would always debate. It was always told, go make your money, take care of your wife, take care of your kids, take care of your family, and then give back to public service in your own way. Politics, church, nonprofit, whatever it may be. Was there any set of principles they passed down to you guys, or was it kind of general?
Walmart, Sharper Image.
There's got to be some traditions. There's no way you guys became this and by accident.
Please.
We certainly went to a K through 12 Christian school. It was run by the church we were members, and we traveled a lot. My dad was invited by the Soviets in the early 70s to come there because they wanted to buy his machines. And so he went off to Moscow, didn't like it at all, didn't like the surveillance state and the whole
really?
thing. And so they made, by the late 70s, the business was starting to do okay. Because before that, it was really struggled. I mean, my dad almost died. He had a heart attack at 42 years old in 1973. And that really gave him perspective. But we started to travel, and he actually shipped a
great guy
Chevy van to Europe, and we did a 6-week road trip
great guy.
across Eastern Europe as well. Czechoslovakia, East Germany, all the rest. I spent my 7th birthday in 1976 in Berlin, and I will never forget that. It was a great, I think, formative moment, seeing the guns, the dogs, the tank traps, the minefields, Achtung Minen signs, all facing in, keeping people prisoner in East Germany. So even for a 7-year-old, you can figure out maybe the socialist workers' paradise is not such a paradise.
Is he telling you this while you're going through it? And son, look, this is why.
No, that's
He's teaching.
I'm seeing that.
But is he teaching?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
got it.
I remember rolling into Prague then.
Sorry.
Prague, the capital of Czechoslovakia, and the only bright color in the whole capital was red commie stars on the buildings, because the buildings were disgusting, dark gray from all the coal smoke.
My first girlfriend at the refugee camp was Czechoslovakian. Katarina Staff. Her older brother was my best friend, Jan Staff. He died very early. Good friend of mine. Okay, so you're traveling.
Okay, this is weird.
Now, are you traveling because your dad is at all connected to the government, or no, he's making money and
Zero.
You're learning
No,
about his
nothing to do
childhood
with
from
travel.
Cal.
Was
Come on
purely
now.
educational
This is research.
to my sisters and mine.
And was he ever? But he was never an agent. He was never linked to the government. He never worked
He
with
went
them.
to the
Nothing
Soviet.
at all.
His father went to
Did he
the
have that-
Soviet
that-
Union and then East.
That never touched the family at all.
Germany.
Did he have any interest in politics? Did he talk politics with you guys?
Not really until 1980. Because I remember him saying that in the late 70s, he was paying an effective income tax rate of like 90%.
So this is the wonderful
How?
Jimmy Carter era.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And,
How?
I'd watch the news with him and we'd talk about it. And I
want to see the
remember
tax returns.
kind of the farthest back moment I remember is Nixon resigning. Because it was a kind of a traumatic moment for the country. And I remember
I am.
seeing the helicopters fly off the rooftop of Saigon in 75. So I paid attention to those things.
Totally
Yeah.
get it. Yeah,
We all did.
it's interesting.
Okay.
My family, mother's side communist, dad's side imperialist. So they had 2 divorces within 20 years to each other. Married, divorce, done. They cannot be in the same room together. If they are, I have to call private security.
That's a
and hire
fundamental
people,
difference in
in a
worldview.
big way. By the way, to me, I think political difference is more negatively impacting the marriage than religious difference. You can be a Christian and a Catholic, or a Christian or an atheist, but you both believe in the same political ideas. That's more likely to work out than a Christian and a Christian, but one is a commie, one is a imperialist, less likely for it to work
Oh
out.
my
Yeah,
God.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know
I
how.
don't recommend it, by
crazy,
the way, if
huh?
you were
I don't
to.
know how a communist could be a Christian as well.
Well,
Ooh,
it is what it is. They did
ouch.
escape Russia, go to Iran eventually, and they found each other. Anyways, okay, so I was curious, family. What happened with
Well, that was quick.
raising 4 successful kids while he's building a business that eventually ends up selling for $1.35 billion? Let's go to
Billion?
Blackwater. So you read all over the place the whole concept of,
Billion?
private military contractors. You hear different names being thrown out by a bunch of different people, right? And you're the founder of it in America, and you've told the story of really back in the days. This is nothing new. We've always had this before. When you get out, why do you choose to go become a private military contractor?
Yeah, why? Tell us. Come on,
The
Eric.
SEAL teams had used private facilities since the 70s. A shooting instructor that was a really good competitive shooter would build a small facility almost like a dojo, and teams would go there. But no one had done it on an industrial scale. And the tempo that SEAL teams would train at and to for a deployment, I remember the year before I deployed, I was gone 11 of 12 months before even deploying for another 6 months.
Why?
Are you married at the time or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's hard. And
Okay.
so
And then what
building
happened?
a significant training facility where the teams could do a lot of that stuff local and still get home in time for dinner was important to me. And I wanted to stay connected because I got out of the Navy way earlier than I wanted to. And I was in the unusual, I think a lot of guys had the idea. I'm not original on it. I was in the unusual position that I could fund it because funding a private training facility in the 1990s when a major base or range facility was being closed under BRAC, like once a week, that was very counterintuitive. It was unfinanceable. And every smart financial advisor said, that's a dumb idea. It'll never work. So started small. Well, had to buy a lot of land, but I
That's the 6,000 acres you bought.
bought 3,100 acres to start, and it was cut over forestry land. I knew nothing about business, nothing about government contracting, nothing about land development, but just kind of figured it out.
Just
and
figured
go
it
back
out.
to the
That's right, kids.
the
You too.
team that you know and trust. Right, I hired Ken Vieira, who was my training officer
Ken
at SEAL
Vieira.
Team 8. Al Clark was our first firearms instructor, and I hired Jim Dehart, who was the guy that actually managed the facility of SEAL Team 6 and built it out. So, there's
Oh,
our
so you didn't
just
quite make SEAL Team 6?
very talented,
Sarah,
hard-driving guys
how are
that
you? Oh, yeah,
figured
look
it
who
out.
it is.
Now, if
Eric
I would have
Prince of
worked with
Darkness.
you, and if I was
Let's
at any
to
of the
hear what he
units
has
you
to
were
say.
at,
I don't hear him very often.
would I have known
So I
that you're
thought this would
eventually
be a
going to
chance to
start
get
something?
caught
Would I
up
say,
on
this guy's probably
Eric
going to start
Prince.
something?
Nah, not necessarily. I kept my father's success very hidden.
So did the crew know that you were from a wealthy family, or
No, I kept it really quiet the whole time, except
Who is
after
this
my father
fucking
died,
PPD podcast?
and then
I feel like this
that was in
sprang
March
up out
of
of fucking
'95.
nowhere.
Like 3 weeks later, I had to be out in Fallon, Nevada, at the Naval Strike Warfare Center because we were doing
I wonder
combat
if he's
search and
coming
rescue
to
training
California
and
with the
strike
Slim
training.
movie.
And we got done on a Friday, and the Navy aircraft wasn't coming to move us all back until the following Tuesday. And I asked my boss, I said, listen, I got all kinds of family issues because my dad just died 3 weeks earlier. Do you mind if I split and I'll see you guys back at the team on Tuesday? He goes, go. And my mom sent the plane.
What?
And a couple of guys from my platoon drove me to
Oh, my
the
God.
airport outside the base with a truck. And I said, guys, I got my bags. Just stay here. They're like, no, that's okay, Mr. P.
I
We
got
got
a
you.
private jet going to
No,
pick me up.
and
Were you like, Mom, what are you doing, Mom? Why are you doing this?
no, it was the only way I was going to get back because it was out in the middle of nowhere.
Got it.
But so that between those two guys, it spilled the beans. But they asked me a question like, wait a minute, so you could like retire right now? I was like, well, I guess I could, but who would want to do that? So anyway, that was the only time the secret cracked.
Very interesting that you're from a very well-off family. You have money. You've traveled the world. You've seen a lot of different things. You probably stayed at the best hotels. You probably
He's just like
traveled
normal
private, like you're
people.
talking about. You guys probably own
just
jets. You lived
happens
in
to.
beautiful vacation
That's
homes.
all. He just
And you
tortured
chose to go into military to make your life tougher and harder. Why would anybody in the right mind do that? Or was it the fact that they just raised you so well that it wasn't
No,
tied to money?
I always had a desire to go in the
Give me
military.
a
I was a military history geek. Because remember,
Got it.
my family went to
Well,
Normandy
I
in
got that
1980,
link
and
from
I was the
Signal,
tour guide at 11.
the first
So,
one.
I
Got it.
mean, Pegasus Bridge, and this is Sword Gold, Juneau, Utah, Omaha.
A movie? Did a movie inspire you? Typically, it's linked to a movie. Was it a movie or a
Well, the
T-shirt?
only movie about Normandy that was out then was The Longest Day, which was made in the 60s.
Right.
I probably did see that at that point, but no, I just read a lot of
Got it.
that kind of stuff.
It's okay. So now you're buying the land, 3,100 acres. You bring your three peers to come start with you. You have the advantage that you have money, which means you can get started with money. And now people are kind of realizing your family's got money. Okay, maybe we're going to do something with this guy. You start 3,100 acres.
Born
You
with a
got your
silver
stuff going.
jackboot in his
Who's your
mouth. He's this
first
dude.
customer, and how do you
Right.
find your first customer?
And
At that point, it was a West Coast SEAL team, actually, that sent their
Hey,
guys
how are you?
all the way across because they didn't have any access to good areas then. And that's how we started. Our first big regular customer was actually the Canadian Special Forces. The Canadian equivalent of Delta Force would come and do their selection January, February, March because it was just too damn cold to be training in Toronto.
Got it.
interesting.
And how did they find you?
Yeah, how
Because
did
it's
they
not like
find
you're doing internet, you're running funnels, you're doing ads, you're running it on a paper.
How'd that happen?
The
So-
soft units would talk.
The soft units would talk even to people in
soft
Canada?
It's with
Sure.
talk.
Yeah,
Tell me more. Unpack that for me.
Please.
just like that, because the U.S. elite units would train with Canadians, would train with the Brits, would train with the other European counterparts.
And what are they saying? Are they saying, hey, did you guys hear about what he's doing? Did you guys hear about what Eric started? Is that kind of what the conversation's like? And what is he doing?
Sure.
He's doing such and such. Let me
Why
give
are
him a
you
call.
answering
Yep.
questions?
And then, so if you've never done this
Look,
before.
why we built Blackwater the way it was is because training on government bases was exceedingly bureaucratic.
Oh.
You'd go to try to check out
You couldn't
and use a
kill actual
range,
people.
and some
I mean,
sergeant
what
wouldn't
a
be
pain, what a
around, and they
buzzkill.
wouldn't give you the range brief, and your ammo wouldn't show up on time. And for a SEAL team that's doing 11 out of 12 months
God.
where you're on the road and you have all this stuff you have to train for, all these hoops you have to jump through,
Yikes.
then having to go through the nonsense of getting jerked around on an army base, it just didn't work.
Yeah,
So we
following
gave
protocol
people a country
doesn't
club-like
work.
experience. If you book a tee time, I'm not a golfer, but if you book a tee time, you expect to be ready at 8 a.m.
Right.
You expect the greens are going to be raked, and it's all going to be in order. And that's what we
So
did.
you do
Radio,
know about
brief,
golf.
ammo, go. Lunch at 12.
Lunch at
And
12.
it was a customer service organization, and that's how we
I'll
ran
have
it.
the tuna
And,
salad. Yeah, this is today. This is right
at
now.
the same
Patrick,
time,
but it's a little delayed.
so
He's
Blackwater's
still live, I
getting
think.
started. I moved back to Michigan because the original business my dad started, the die-cast machine business, because we'd sold the mothership. The
Yes.
die-cast machine business
Yeah, this interview is from
had been kind of
right
bumping
now.
along since started.
We're just
It
a
was
little
not really
behind.
making money or losing money. And
Making the training.
I didn't have an
They-
MBA,
Making the
but I
rendition
really wanted
run
to turn
on
around my
time.
dad's business and make something
Good morning,
run well.
Pepper. How are you?
And
We're just getting a little dose of
I remember
Depression
my
this
dad
morning.
described the president there as the smartest engineer he ever knew. And great guy, smart guy, would not change anything because we're trying to kind of do a lean transformation, kind of based on the Toyota production system to engineer out cost and buy things smarter. So I had to, at 27, I had to fire him. And that was quite an experience, and kind of restaffed the whole place with people that were much more focused on Six Sigma and lean manufacturing, et cetera. And that
well, there you go. Six
that
Sigma
really
lean.
taught me about linear flow. If you think about old school factories versus how a Toyota production system runs,
Oh my
Yep.
God.
and that
God
really,
Porsche.
I mean, even the
Really.
Japanese, when they came
bad
to
Porsche.
compete in America in the 80s, it really, it forced American manufacturing to
Yeah,
wake up
yeah.
and cut the waste.
Detroit. Yeah.
Exactly. And so
Oh my God.
seeing that and doing
Modern
that
day
to a machine tool
manufacturing
business,
with
which
Eric
was 30-year-old business and very based on very old school practices, I start to think that, okay, we built a training facility,
I start
but
to
what does the
think
military do?
that
It recruits, it vets, vet meaning vetting, recruits, vets, equips, trains, deploys, and supports people to do a difficult job in a difficult place. And so really, as Blackwater built out, and there was actually a kind of a aspirational picture made at the day we opened of what we wanted to look like in 10 years. And that's what it was. It became a machine which did that. And so later when 9/11 happened, and we got pulled into the security
In the
business,
fine tradition of Henry
doing
Ford.
overseas deployments of
That's
people
right.
for the USG.
That's a good one, Oom.
That put us in good shape, and that allowed us to be the low-cost competitor because we could process and recruit and do all that stuff with and for the guys
Oh my God,
before
we
they
have
went
a lot to read too.
much more effectively than our competitors.
So you start off with training, 01, so that's 96, December 26, 96.
We
Let's
opened
just
in
say
97.
Okay.
Yep.
So that means you don't get the real big contracts till 01, 02.
Correct. The first years were very lean. The
What's your revenue first year? What kind of numbers you guys?
400,000.
Okay, got it.
Second year was 800. Then $1.2 million. Then $1.6 million.
Still haven't blown up yet.
Nope. Then it went to 12.
Got it. That's it. Got it.
12, 35,
Yep.
160, 400, 550, and up.
Did you guys ever hit a bill and revenue? Or no?
We were about 850.
850?
850 we topped out at.
And this is 7? Would it be 07 or 08?
About 08.
08. Okay. So legitimate business. You're going 400, 800, 1.2, 1.6, 16 million, right? Or 12 to 6, 12 million, 35 million.
Yep.
Okay. So if you're 400 first year revenue, you brought the 3 guys, the average salary for Navy SEAL today at the median is, I think, 97. The top 1 percentile, if I'm not mistaken, is 135, 138 today.
Yeah, look, the first year or two, I still had to help with payroll.
Got
Sure.
it.
But
So
then again, you just find people that will find a way to win. And we had
really?
very destructive customers, meaning they shot a lot of stuff.
Right.
Really?
And
Wait.
they ended up destroying all the target systems we bought on the outside. And so Jim Dehart, the guy that came over from Dev Group, designed fantastic steel targets that everybody loved. And so customers started buying them. And oddly enough,
And then we
the
just started
FBI
selling them.
ordered in the 11th hour of the last day of the fiscal year, ordered $400,000 worth of target systems from us. That was 400,000 of that $1.2 million revenue year.
Of course,
Third on the
we're not
last
going
day.
to. We're not going to.
Literally
arrest
like at
Eric
11:55
Prince, 'cause
p.m.
we're doing
on
business
September
with
30,
him.
the last day of the fiscal
Oh
year,
my goodness!
a
How do
fax
you expect
machine
us not to do
That's
starts
business
spitting
with
out.
him?
Oh God, yeah,
Sick.
30% of our.
I
Possibly
know. That's
arrest him.
great. Of course. I know what that feels like.
And the irony, it was the FBI. So our target
for,
systems
interfering in elections or
are
clandestine
probably at 10 or 12
military
field
acts.
offices around the
We
country.
can't
Now, I'm
possibly
assuming you're
hold
losing money first year,
responsible for
second
that.
year, third year. Because you're not. If
we broke even at about $1.2 million.
Okay, so you're paying these guys. You're not taking any money off the table because you don't have any money to take off the table.
Negative.
So when did you know? And by the way,
Little bit of
if I'm
Monica.
working, if I got 2 options, okay, I'm in the Navy SEAL, I'm making the 97 idea. Let's say I'm making 6 figures, right? What advantage do I have? And by the way, that has to do with time and service, rank, all this. I'm just.
Well, come on, man. You're 27 years ago. It wasn't $97,000 of payroll back then.
60,000. You want to say?
Yeah, 60.
Okay, let's say 60,000. So 60 and the best guys are making 80. Is that fair? We put 60 to 80? Okay.
Something like
so
that.
why would I work for you instead of staying in the military? I'm assuming as a private contractor, you probably have way more to offer
get
than
to
the
kill
military
more
does at this
Because
point, right?
they
This is so
they
silly.
liked the chance to do it right.
What does that mean?
He's
In
telling
a
the military they don't do it right.
nonsense way.
I remember being a Hummer mechanic.
Interesting.
And we would order parts. And I would look at the number. And I'd say, yeah, this part is $800. I'm like, why is this $800? And you'd go look it up. And you talk to Mercedes or yeah, it's a $70 part.
Yep.
We're spending
Okay, so now
$800
you're-
on, yes, we are.
okay.
What are you
So
talking
now
about?
you're talking
That's kind of what
about
happens here. So is that kind of what you were
waste in
talking
the
about where money was being
military-industrial
wasted?
complex?
Yes.
Excuse
Like
me?
our first State Department job, which didn't come until probably 03 or 04. We'd been training high-end special operations units. We knew what we were doing. We knew our costs.
Yep.
The first price we submitted to state, they said, we can't accept this. I said, why? It's so low, it's not deemed credible.
Got it.
That's the idea.
I understand. Have you been to Drive Tanks, the
Right.
facility in
That
San
simple, huh?
Antonio?
Wow.
Drive tanks? Well, no, I have. I used to have tanks on my farm.
Have you heard of Drive Tanks?
No.
Okay, so this place called Drive Tanks. One day, crazy story,
Come
I'll
on,
tell you.
I had kids. I had 2 British
Yeah,
armored personnel
exactly.
carriers.
Cal, thank
But I'm
you.
gonna tell you
I don't
something.
like
People go for
schools
hayrides,
were
we had tank
required
rides.
for
But
the
you see, you
military.
look American, you are American. I'm from
That's
Iran.
it.
So one day I take my kids, these guys from Drive Tanks reach out. They say, Pat, We love the content. We want you to come out and bring your kids. We're going to have a lot of good time. We're going to drive over cars with tanks. We're going to blow things up. You're going to do 50 cal. You're going to say, I'm like, all right, let's go. We get a big sprinter up. We get the guys. We go. I took both of my boys at the time. This is 5 years ago. So my oldest would be 7, youngest would be 5.
Yeah, thanks.
We go there. There's Navy SEALs. There's Delta. There's Special Forces, 5th Group, everybody. They're there. And then you're making bombs. You're driving on tanks. You're doing all this stuff. It was an incredible experience. If a person has never gone to drive tanks, you got to go to. It's a great experience. My kids come back. That next week, my son goes to school, the younger one, 5-year-old.
I'm going to go to the
Teacher says, how was your weekend? Says, it was great. So what did you do, Dylan? My daddy and I made bombs, and we blew buildings up. I get a call from school. The teacher says, your son can't say stuff like this, because I'm from Iran, so they're freaking out. I said, well, what did my son say? He said, well, your son said you and him made bombs, and you guys blew up buildings. I said, my son's not lying to you. Well, sir, what do you mean you guys made bombs? I said, man, we went to this place in a military facility. These are trainers.
Call BS on
Here's
5
the video.
and 7-year-old. That's right.
Oh my God,
I think
scared
the 5
the
and
kids off. I said,
7-year-old.
this is an innocent kid. He's just giving you experience. Anyways, we had a great time with it.
Although
I
that
ask you this
5-year-old
because
can really hold,
was this kind of like a hobby
Kalashnikov.
or was it a business? Did you see it being a billion-dollar business?
really
Was it kind of
handle
like,
that Kalashnikov.
let's see what it's going to turn into? Was it a clear vision? You saying, I think we can turn this into a billion-dollar empire.
Another formative moment was seeing the incompetence and corruption of the UN in Bosnia, right? The Yugoslav Civil War.
Here we go.
And,
Here we go.
you know, UN forces letting people just get slaughtered at Srebrenica. So, yeah, I had, and even seeing the nonsense what happened in Rwanda. UN run their mouth, and the Houthis kill,
oh, gosh,
Tutsis
forgot my...
Yeah. The Hutus kill 1 million Tutsis with basically farm tools in 4 months in Rwanda. Come on. So I definitely saw a need for private peacekeeping as a way to displace the UN, which was, in my mind, and proven corrupt, immoral, useless. Beyond useless, they're malign.
In your mind, are you sequencing the process of how this is going to work out? We're going to start off as a training facility. We're going to get the word out there. We're going to get the right training in. And then all of a sudden, we're going to be a contractor, and we're going to do it better than the military is doing it. Did you kind of foresee that happening?
Yes. And seeing what Executive Outcomes did, which is a South African PMC that was formed in the early 90s.
What is PMC?
The great work they did in ending the war in Angola and literally saving Sierra Leone from almost an ISIS-like force called the Revolutionary United Front. They cleaned it up in 120 days and then were forced to leave by the idiots at the State Department, only to have the country retaken by the same bad guys. I knew there was a place to do peacekeeping and stability operations infinitely better than what the status quo was.
Sure is.
Are you
and in doing so, saving millions of people from unnecessary suffering.
When you're talking to the first 3 guys you hired, are you selling them that vision?
No.
Okay, so they don't know. Their simple wanting to come over to you is the fact that
5 and 10 meter target was, we're going to run a fantastic training facility, and you get to innovate tactics, techniques, and procedures. And we wanted to be a place where, because at that point, the SEAL teams, the JSOC units were not doing a whole lot of close quarter battle and door kicking and that stuff. Actually, the people to really learn from then was LA SWAT. They taught the best hostage rescue.
LA SWAT.
Yeah. So we brought Ken Thatcher, senior guy from LA SWAT, out to teach courses at Blackwater. And so we wanted to make Blackwater the repository, the crossroads of tactical
You're right, Badger.
expertise.
Got it. Okay, so 400, 800,
Look, I wanna
1.2
know what's
million,
on this
1.6 million,
douchebag's
12
mind.
million, 35 million. When did you get the contract where
Yeah,
you said,
that's what's gonna
"Guys,
happen.
this thing's about to change"?
Margaret
I know you said
Cole.
9/11, but when was it when they actually
No,
made
it was
That
actually
is
after
what-
the USS Cole
This is
was blown
sarcasm,
up
everybody.
in October
Margaret
of
is not.
2000, right? Navy ship blown up by a suicide boat, killed
Scientologist.
17 sailors.
Scientologist? Oh my
They were
God,
holding
really?
unloaded weapons that they hardly ever fired before.
Really?
Because the Navy viewed firearms training as too dangerous, so they're shooting laser simulators.
He doesn't seem like he has enough time.
So the
for
Navy came to
Scientology.
us, because we were training lots of SOF units, and they said, could you train sailors to protect their ship, retake their ship, all the elements of small arms, which
basically,
the
the
Navy
military
had basically
has gladly
abrogated
welcome
knowledge and
Eric Prince
responsibility of.
into their
So this is
fold.
still training, though, right? You're still
Come
not
on now. Who's
deploying.
No,
doing that?
correct.
Okay, so when
But that was a
doing
$7 million a year contract.
I
which
got
was,
you. That's big.
which is real for us.
Now it's official. Now you're sitting there saying, guys, something happened, but it's still training, right?
Yep.
At this point, how many former military vets, SEALs, I'm talking high-level soldiers, do you have? When you got the
You do
$7
private
million
training.
contract?
Oh,
How
I
many
did
do you
not
have?
know that,
For
Margaret.
that kind of
Okay,
training
then.
volume, it's
Thank
probably
you.
30 instructors.
30 instructors.
Oh.
Okay.
Because we had to stand up facilities in Jacksonville and Groton, Connecticut, and
that.
San Diego and Bremerton, Washington.
Okay. So now
Like,
that's
why would it
happening. You got the
reincarnated
$7 million.
Archangel?
What's the next call to say, hey, we actually need a private military contract to send
Oh, wow. I
soldiers
did
out?
not
When
know
was
that.
After
Thank you,
9/11,
Margaret.
a high-level job for the CIA in
A weird
Afghanistan.
world.
How big was that?
That was 18 guys.
18 guys.
Yep.
Got it.
18 guys because the military didn't want to do it with less than 250.
The military didn't want to do it
They
with less
asked
than
the
250.
they asked the military to do that,
and they wanted 250 people.
They said we will not do it with less than 250 people.
You were able to do it with 18 people.
Yep.
Okay. So when that call comes in,
And then the next
Tom
one
Cruise
after
is
that
dating a Russian chick and lives.
was
Wow.
a
That's
very
not
remote,
shocking.
very important base
He's pretty malleable. It seems like.
that enabled a lot of
Seems
GWAT
like a
activity.
perfect. Why didn't they
And there was
start on him
166 soldiers
earlier?
there, and we replaced it with 25 of our guys.
106 with
'Cause they-
25.
in that case, they had 28 soldiers
I
in
want
the infantry
okay
platoon
photos or it didn't happen.
and 138
I want to see
people supporting the
pictures.
28.
Come on now.
And we could send 25 guys, 5 of which were dual-hatted, to keep the power, the water, the sanitation, the comms, and the food running.
Oh my
It's a
God.
different model. I can send 30, 40, and 50-year-olds that have a lot of experience and can fix a generator, run a radio, and fix a desal pump, versus the military sends lots of 18 and 20-year-olds that can do barely one thing.
So, at this point, what percentage of your business is intelligence? What percentage is muscle? What percentage is protection?
Ooh, Badger. That sounds good.
The cost of
Which I haven't
deploying
even
guys to weird
smoked anything
places,
yet. What the
that
fuck?
cost gets high fast. So that
this
starts to
morning?
skew the revenue. But
What is this happening?
as we're growing, it was still probably
Eric Prince is influencing me.
40%, 50% training,
Where's my
50%
weed?
security. And then we bought an aviation business in 2003,
I don't know where.
Presidential Airways, niche little business. It was some former TF-160 guys, Richard Pear, Tim Childrey. And they had the licenses and one leased aircraft. And we bought that. And 6 years later, we had 73 aircraft
We can
that
skin a
we
buck.
owned
We
and
can run a
operated.
trout line in a country.
Everything from
boy.
a 767 to a Super Tucano light attack aircraft that was fitted out with a
Country
FLIR,
boy.
a G-Box, a cell phone intercept system,
Country boy with an
geolocation,
AK.
Link 16, so we could talk to all the fast movers,
All right, let's
and,
smoke some
and it
weed.
could drop laser guided bombs. It was magnificent, and we actually we put that on contract to JSOC as a way for them to do very cost effective close air support cheaply. And boy, the big Air Force, big Navy smashed that because anything that threatened the primacy of the $1 trillion F-35, they wanted nothing to do with.
Now, the difference between PMC and working for national, your military, Army, Air Force, Marines, Navy, whatever it may be. Where is my pride to work for you versus the pride to keep serving the traditional Marines, Army, Navy,
Sure.
Air Force, whatever it may be?
When the debate was happening over whether the U.S. should go to an all-volunteer force, it was in Congress in the early 70s. And Westmoreland, who was the idiot general that really screwed up in Vietnam, who then they made the chief of staff of the armed forces, screw up
Under who?
under Johnson and then
Makes sense.
and then Nixon.
Yep.
He said, I do not want to lead an army of mercenaries. That's what Westmoreland, career Army officer, called an all-volunteer force because the men and women were finally going to get paid a fair wage. And Milton Friedman was debating him in Congress, and he said, well, sir, then I am served by a mercenary butcher, accountant, and barber. Because if you're not getting paid a wage that you're due, a fair wage, then you're not a free man, you're a slave. So, look, the big military can complain about, well, obviously they were about fair pay, but a contractor is, in our case, was an American veteran that already served their country once, volunteered to, and now they're just volunteering to go back again and do it, for pay. Of course, they're not doing it for free. And this idea that our contractors were paid vastly more is also really inaccurate, because our guys were only paid for every day they're in the hot zone, just like a roughneck gets paid to go to a rig. They get paid a lot. The day they come ashore, their pay goes to zero. So our guys were paid to be in the hot zone to do the dangerous thing. And as soon as they left, they went to zero.
I saw somewhere $600 a day, if I'm not mistaken. That's a number I saw in the hot zone.
Yep, sometimes more.
Sometimes
Right.
more. Okay, so
But again, the military is tax-free in a combat zone.
Totally get it,
And all
yeah.
kinds of other housing allowances and other stuff, which is non-cash compensation that
Right.
they don't really see and feel. But in our case, it was simple cash on a barrelhead.
So if I'm working for Blackwater, I'm a contractor there. You pay me $600, and $600 is not 5 days a week; it's 7 days a week. So I'm making 42.
And it could be 18 hours a day, or it could be 22 hours a day, right? I mean, it depends. If the op tempos go, you turn two.
But your day is 600. 2 hours or 24 hours at $600.
Yes, but you're still in a war zone, and you're still at risk of being shot. I mean,
Sure.
we had some of our guys were wounded while asleep in their beds at night.
$600 a day doesn't
we have
sound very
extremely inspiring story. There was a West Point grad, Army officer, Army Ranger named Derek
think I
Wright.
would take that. I don't think I would take that deal.
And
He's a
he
crap
was
boss,
about
too.
2006 asleep in his pod.
Here's my takeaway.
Next to the embassy. And a 107 rocket launched by Iranian surrogates came through,
It's so
blew up
true.
in his pod, and the guys found him with a pool of brain fluid
Ooh.
laying on the floor. And
Okay.
they stabilized him, kept him alive, but they figured he was brain dead.
Well, yeah,
They
it probably
flew
is
him
bad, but it's okay.
to
Badger,
to
it'll,
Landstuhl, Germany, where the military
We're making
hospital
fun
was.
of
And I
Eric.
remember meeting his parents and his
we're
wife
mocking Eric.
because they came through our office because we had to quick get
I
him
want
a
to find out what this
passport,
dude's all about.
basically to go say goodbye, to
Talk
unplug
more. That's
their
what I
loved
say.
one.
Talk more, Eric.
So I remember sitting there praying with them and crying with them, and off they go. And so they got there like 5 days after the incident, and Cindy walks in, and there's been no.
We're going to go to
brain
Jamie
activity, and she
Raskin
takes her
soon,
husband's
so
hand and
don't
said,
worry.
"Babe,
You'll
I'm
be
here."
able to give it a thumbs up
he
with
squeezes her
full
hand.
enthusiasm.
And it started a long road back, and she made videos and she documented it beautifully. And I tear up every time because he learned to walk again,
You
and
do?
then he learned to
You
run.
tear up every time?
And literally, that rocket took the back third of his head off. And
That's terrible.
one of his eyes doesn't work well, but God bless him. He is as resilient as you could imagine. He's alive, and he is a tour
And
guide in
he
the state
killed
capital.
about
Get out.
75
What a story.
children.
Wow. Wow.
So yes, people can pay it. People can.
I think it is
you know,
fascinating.
throw stones
Thanks for
at
agreeing,
contractors
Sarah. I
getting
know
paid.
it's hard to watch.
That was a guy that
sometimes.
served his country as a ranger,
That's what I do.
and he goes back
Watch the
serving
horse.
again, and he's
Watch that
takes one
horse
to the
go.
head while he's in bed.
More coffee.
Yeah, to me, I don't have a problem with the contractors getting paid. I'm trying to make it as efficient as possible to see what do we get better usage of our money with. Paying it to our soldiers that are putting their lives on the line, or overpaying for a product by 1,000% they can get somebody else negotiate so you can save some money for the company.
Look, we have an antitrust problem all across America. We've way overconsolidated every industry. You used to have 100
So
major
true.
defense contractors. You're really at 5 now.
That's right.
And they really behave like a cartel. And they pay almost a brigade's worth of lobbyists, a couple thousand that infect Washington, D.C. Contractor gets charges way too much for product, who then pays lobbyists to pay politicians to affect more restrictions on competitors and really more nonsense.
Well,
And
why
so
don't you
it's a
get
very
your
unhealthy
buddy's
cycle.
brother, Charles
The next president
Flynn,
must
to go
break up the
ahead
cartel
and,
that is defense contractors,
Why don't you fix it?
IT, big tech, insurance, banking.
PBD
There's
created a big
there's a
MLM.
really powerful
Did
book I
Sarah?
read.
I want to find out more about
actually
this
referred
guy.
to my
I've
daughter.
never. This
It's great when your
show
kids start
seems
referring
new
you
to
stuff
me.
and educating you. It's
Is
called
it?
The Myth of
I mean,
Capitalism.
I feel like it's relatively new.
I highly encourage your audience to read it. And it's by Jake Tepper. And it basically makes the case that the problem in America with income,
On Reddit.
with income inequality.
Jonathan Tepper. This is not new. This is
That's 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I read this book.
And we have way over consolidated everything. And man, we saw that loud and clear in the defense space as well.
Yeah, there's 5 of them now, right? We've gone through the process.
Boeing, Lockheed, Northrop,
General Dynamics.
General Dynamics.
Yeah. So and they can, and they're almost one
General
company. When
Dynamics?
you're 5, you're not really 5 companies.
No,
you're really
because
one company.
they jointly
Well,
build stuff, and it's
maybe, but they
co-opetition at
probably
the
don't.
moment.
Right. You
about
take
it
this
that
one,
way.
I'll take this one. You take that one. It's cool. I'll take the next one. And they're all bullying the same buyer.
It's a cartel.
Right. Makes sense. Now, let me ask you this. For somebody
I want to be the cartel.
that's looking
That's
on
what he
private
really is
versus
trying to say. I want to
public,
be the
right?
one
If I'm choosing
providing.
to give you the money, do I want somebody like you to become as powerful as possible where all of a sudden you're saying you have 73 aircraft,
before it goes on.
767, you have all these guys. Was there ever a moment where you're sitting there saying to yourself, I can do this better than you guys, flow everything through me? Did you ever go through that yourself?
No. I mean, in some areas, we were definitely better because we could operate with such a smaller footprint.
Where were you not better
Yeah,
than
where
the
were
U.S.
you not
government?
better?
Look, we never endeavored to do big line formations, divisions, brigades of tanks, and
See, this is it, kids.
was not our thing at all.
Don't
but
look
I would
for
argue
the big movements
that
when it's
for
aircraft, look for the
insurgencies,
small ones.
for those problems, we had a much better model, and we could do it better than the U.S. military. What I really pushed for in 2017 was to get Trump to change tactics in Afghanistan to prevent the debacle that happened. Bannon, Steve Bannon, a friend of mine, said, we're going to debate Afghan policy, write an op-ed. So I did. I wrote it to the Wall Street Journal, submitted for an audience of one. Trump read it while he was sitting at the Oval Office desk, circled it. He called in the National Security Advisor, who had just asked to send 70,000 more troops to Afghanistan. Trump said, I don't like your plan. Do this one.
So Eric Prince helped
H.R.
him with the
McMaster,
Afghan pullout?
Sure, he's a nice guy, but he was a 3-star armor officer who wanted to be a 4-star, and he wasn't going to do anything contrary to the Pentagon.
Oh.
What I advocated was basically a version of what the Special Operations Community had done effectively, which is to train Afghan forces in a way that was cost-effective, and you actually live with, train with, and fight with. Put that mentor model with them so that you have, well, it's the same thing the East India Company did for 250 years, building
That's
local
a great
forces.
model.
About 5% were expats.
Colonialism.
The rest of them were locals. But by having the continuity with professionals that provide leadership, intelligence, communications, medical, logistics expertise attached to them, it's like giving a big brother training wheel support to those units. And there was like 90 some battalions that we're going to attach to. So there would have been about 3,600, and then there was about 90 aircraft we would have brought. We already had a lot there, or just taken over the Afghan aircraft, but fly them effectively. The U.S. makes the mistake that they built the Afghan army in the mirror image of the U.S. military, heavily dependent on contractor support, heavily dependent on high-end laser-guided bombs and all the other stuff, really forgetting how the Afghans wage war and doing the basics of logistics. So we're going to support the Afghan troops effectively. People love veterans, but they hate contractors. But really, in this case, it was the same thing. Just a soft guy going back to serve again.
The East India Company
with
model.
reliable air power that would show up, and then you take away the real source of corruption in the Afghan forces was the fuel, the payroll, the munitions, food.
Blackwater's tagline.
And you basically put an accounting firm in charge of that, take that away from the Afghans, and we could have saved about 95% of what the U.S. was spending. I mean, meaning our program cost less than 5%.
Privatize that army.
And there was a big policy meeting at Camp David the summer of 2017. I was supposed to go as a backseat to the agency, and I was blocked by Mattis and
By Mattis?
Yeah. Mattis was a 5-star, basically he was a 5-star general as the SecDef, as conventional as the day is long. And the sad thing is, for all that money and all those flags, nobody has been held account for wasting blood and treasure in Afghanistan, and it's disgusting.
Well,
Those
Who-
guys,
who should be
those
held
guys,
accountable?
those guys all have board seats. They all have their full pensions, and they lost. They lost us. They lost the taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars, and we just pissed away a lot of great Americans in an effort that was unnecessarily wasteful.
Eric, how much of your $2 billion contract you got was
no, but
for
see, Eric,
Afghanistan?
if you had done it and it worked or whatever it is you describe as
Probably a third.
working,
A third of it was from
then,
Afghanistan. That you guys were $600+
actually-
million of it. Okay, so let me ask this. You know, for me,
wait, what?
in the last
And,
whatever,
and the biggest parts of those would have been building the Afghan border police.
I know.
Building
Please
the
pick
Afghan
up-
Narcotics
if
and
you
Addiction
do
Unit.
Indulge in weed, please.
We did a lot of
Indulge,
aviation
please.
support, flying supplies
Protect
to
yourself.
all the remote bases of the U.S. guys.
But let me say
And
this.
then some of it was for
So isn't
diplomatic
it? I
security.
know he uses not.
do you think, you know, the last few years, lowest trust the U.S. population has in
Oh,
the
yeah, shut up.
politicians as well as
Nobody
mainstream
gives a
media?
shit.
They just don't trust them, right?
Nobody.
Why
I'm
would
going
they?
to turn you down.
can't blame
okay,
them. Then
because
you got
I just
CIA,
hate you.
FBI.
Right. So here's the thing.
Lowest
So
it's
did
ever been
Trump
in a
tell
long
Eric?
time.
No, I don't want to
Do you
use your
think
people because we need this to
those
fuck up.
organizations? And if you had it your
That's
way,
just
if
my
you had the
question.
influence, would you have the military be set up the way it is right now? Would you have 50 PMCs compete against each other to provide the best service for the U.S. government?
Oh, really? Free
I
market
think one of the
system
best
for
roles
military.
that a PMC could do.
God.
Here's the
Oh
thing.
my
We have a
God.
post office.
my
It's a federal government activity.
Sure.
You have FedEx. You can drop off a FedEx package.
No.
In some cases, you can pick up at a post office.
No.
But the difference is,
Are you back? Oh my God.
the private sector can be is to provide
Sorry.
competitive
Little crashy crash there.
pricing,
Little bit of a
reality checks
crashy crash.
on what some of these things should be.
You didn't answer the question. So do you think? I'm asking.
Should it all be
Had a
PMCs?
little
No,
crashy
absolutely not.
crash.
But
Sorry
there's a
about
lot
that.
of functions that the government does that can be bid out, and let the government bid to do that, or let the private
Must have been
sector. I
when
remember in like 2005, the
that.
Bush administration was. They were talking about hiring 2,000 or 5,000 more Border Patrol agents.
Some shit.
And we got called to testify as to how much it would cost to train those. And CBP, Customs and Border Police, were saying it was going to be like $180,000 to train each Border Patrol agent. And we got called. We looked at the curriculum to say, we can do that for about 40. And so we were not very popular with CBP because and no shit, we knew our costs. We could do it for a quarter of what they were.
Who should the American people trust more to do the work better, PMCs or the U.S. government? Like if I'm, again, because the government has lost a lot of credibility last few
No,
years,
they
right?
haven't.
Who
Stop
should they
it.
trust more? You guys,
fuck
PMCs,
are
or
First
the
of all,
military?
we as a country, we should just spend less. Our government will suck less if it's smaller. We spend too much in social
Here we go.
programs.
This is
We
it,
spend,
guys. This is like the
way
entire
too much in military
playbook.
spending. We don't have the money. I mean, we're 34
Privatize it
trillion
so
in
that
debt. We
dudes like
have
this get
grave
rich
danger
and can
of our
get their
currency
yayas
collapsing.
out with their violent nature.
Putting the military, putting all the agencies on a severe diet is a very healthy thing because it will force people to
which people?
to start to think outside the box to
Which
say,
people?
this is the mission I still got to get done. I don't have this
Which people
this
would that be? How does that work?
$1 billion fire hose
Does that normally
to throw
work when you
money
move
at
resources
problems.
from something?
Anytime a business goes into crisis,
It turns
right
out
when it
it's
goes into a
protection.
bankruptcy, and you have a bankruptcy trustee, and they come in and they force people to realign their thinking.
The wee
That's
tyrant.
it-
What's a wee
Oftentimes,
government?
it's very healthy for a
That's
business.
right.
We need to do that
It's just a
to
wee
all
government.
aspects of our government. So I'm not trying to avoid your question, but
yeah, I'm
competitive
trying to avoid your
reality
question.
check benchmarking is absolutely necessary to really make our military
Mm.
spend less. I mean, remember, in defense spending, we spend more than the next 17 countries combined. It's insane. It's grotesque, and we're not that good at it. I mean, now you have the Houthis, which are basically behaving like long-range pirates armed by the
You guys are
Iranians,
pirates.
have closed the Bab el-Mandab, the
Prince
waterway,
is a pirate.
and is really choking off Egypt. Egypt is in danger.
He wants to
Grave
pirate
danger.
and take control
40% of their
of the armed
GDP
forces.
depends on Suez
he
Canal
wants
traffic,
control
which is now dropped by 90%. Last week, the Egyptian currency
over
devalued over
the
25%.
armed
Insane.
forces.
So you have 110 million
Privateer.
people,
Thank you,
a very
Bert.
poor population,
Yeah, thank you.
prone
Welcome. Hey, Bert,
towards
good to see you.
Muslim Brotherhood, Ikhwan
He's a privateer.
attitudes. The only reason the Ikhwan is not in power there is because Sisi took over. You talk about danger, all the equipment of the Egyptian army in the hands of a Muslim Brotherhood leader, that's a big problem.
Yeah, so again, I'm asking this
Really?
question maybe for my own self-interest,
Eric
and I
has a
think there's other
problem
people
with,
like me that are interested. Meaning,
Muslims.
there's a group
He's
of people that will
He's
sit there
quite
and say,
racist about that.
well, they're all doing it for money. The NBA plays the game for money. People make movies to make money. If you can do it with your passion and you make the money, even
To
better.
protect the
Capitalist builds a
country?
business and
Do you
does it better.
understand
You're not getting paid a wage.
what the theory
You're
of
not a free man,
behind
you're
a
a slave.
That's right.
nationalized
And so that goes
military
back to the
is,
message you said
sir?
earlier.
Do you
I get it.
And people join the
understand what
military,
concept
and you have to
is?
pay them well to do so.
Well, we're not. We're not even giving them a raise. I mean,
Right.
according to what's
We're-
happening with
did give
inflation.
them a raise.
We're blowing a lot of money that we should just be
I'm not
paying guys
saying they don't
directly
get paid enough.
on
I'm sure
lots
they
of
need to be
nonsense
paid
that's
a whole
on the
lot
periphery.
more.
Could it
I'm not saying
actually
there's not
work
waste
if the
in the
U.S.
military. I
government,
think
just
there's
like
a
you're
ton of
talking about the
fucking
5
waste. But this
contractors
guy
we have that
is
were
not the
buying stuff
answer.
through Boeing,
Period.
General
Full
Dynamics, all these
stop.
guys. Would it work if we
Full
had 50 PMCs that the government hired to work through? Could that work?
Think of it this way. In the continuum of
One
statecraft,
big
you have
PMC.
diplomacy on one end. So you have embassies and international conferences.
Right.
And on the other end, you have a military that is big and conventional, aircraft carriers and tank divisions and nuclear weapons. You really don't want to leave you don't want to have to deploy that ever because it's very expensive. They should be there fearsome with maximum deterrence, like a big snapping dog waiting to be let off leash. But the middle
Okay.
is the intelligence world. And that's where we've fallen down because the agency, the CIA, is
They're really
not
going
doing
hard after the
anywhere
CIA.
near the
Man,
covert actions
Mike
using the
Flynn
authorities that it was
Going
designed to do
huge after them on
to
Twitter.
solve some of these problems internationally. And now, and even more so, you have the
Is that
Pentagon
Gina? Who's the head of the CIA right now?
trying to wade into all these little small conflicts, and they basically crowd out the private sector from helping and correcting these
That's what
situations.
it is.
like
Oh, he's
Guyana?
not getting his piece of the
Guyana
pie.
is in-
Venezuela, the oil.
Correct. So Venezuela wants to take 70% of Guyana's land, the Essequibo area, and that is a perfect example of Guyana needing a PMC. They need surveillance. They need some specialty manpower to train and advise them. They need some lift aircraft. They need some maritime interdiction capability,
Yeah.
all of which a PMC can do. But the Pentagon goes wading in there, backed by the Big Five, to say, we're here to sell some helicopters and we're going to sell an aircraft. And it's all nonsense. And Guyana is going to get rolled. And I predict they'll get they will get pressurized hard here by April or May.
Okay, so
I
let's
don't know
now you
whose
have
locker
another
room
country
it is.
that's gonna
It's
get
names, Badger.
damaged
Whoever comes on this stupid
due
show
to a lack of
signs
American
it.
credibility and success.
I don't
Other
disagree. but,
luminaries.
so if an expat goes to PMC, when you join the Army, you join the Navy, hey, I solemnly swear, and you're kind of giving your oath that, you're going
Honor
to
your
do.
oaths.
Is there an oath when they join a PMC, or no, it's just a job? So meaning, why would I?
Yeah,
when
who do you
guys
take
when,
notes
when guys
to,
went to
Eric?
work for Blackwater,
Yeah, what
they
happened?
swore the same oath that they did when they joined the military.
And to whom?
Why
though?
does it matter if I'm doing it
To
for a
whom?
private contractor, though?
To
Because
whom?
because we were Americans working for America.
Did you guys ever take contracts for countries that are not in America?
Sometimes training contracts, sure.
Training
really?
contracts.
Just
But
training?
nothing more than that.
Nothing
It was
more.
all training.
Nope.
Okay.
Training. Nope.
So,
Training.
when
Okay,
you're
next subject.
watching what's going on today,
Do you believe him? I don't
you
believe
watch
him.
Ukraine.
I don't believe
you
him.
watch. Let's
I
specifically
don't
stick to
believe
Ukraine
you.
for now. and
Prove
we'll get
it.
into some of
Pictures
the
or
other
it
ones.
didn't happen.
You watch Ukraine, and hey, we're gonna do a border, a bill, $118 billion. You guys are saying no to the border bill. 2 weeks later, no, it's a $95 billion bill. $60 billion is going to Ukraine. right?
Yeah.
What?
And where that money's going to end up, you have no idea where that money's going to end up,
No,
right?
you
And
do
then
know where
Kamala
it's
Harris is going
gonna
to say,
end up.
we're going to keep spending money
No,
until
that's Vice President Harris
dot.
to you.
How
idiot.
similar is Ukraine to what we did with Afghanistan, and what's different about it?
Ukraine is we need to bring that war to a close.
Really?
Because all Ukraine is doing now is destroying itself demographically.
Oh,
They're
really?
chewing up the next generation of manpower that they can't really replace right now.
Really?
They don't have enough manpower.
So what should happen, Eric? Tell
The
us.
Western defense base is pathetic,
Oh,
and you're not going to out-conventional war the Russian bear.
Oh.
And I would say a ugly peace is better than whatever their idea of an ideal war is.
Well, what is an ugly peace, though?
what is an ugly
Meaning-
piece, Eric?
Freeze the lines, straighten the lines,
Straighten the
accept,
lines.
let them have Crimea, let them keep Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, whatever.
What?
They need to. It is not certainly it's not the American taxpayers' obligation to spend another $100 billion in Ukraine when there's
The
been
European
significant
front,
corruption,
you stupid ass.
and really nothing to show for it.
But why do
Nothing
so
to
many
show
people
for it.
support it, Eric? I mean, you're saying
Yeah,
that. So
Eric.
somebody may say, it's easy for
Why?
you to say, so should we
I
just
hate it
let
for you,
a
Badger.
dictator do its part and, kill
Yeah,
all
Eric,
these innocent
explain
people that
it.
he's killing? Are you saying
you
we leave
think?
it alone and we allow Putin to get what he wants?
Yeah, come
I
on,
mean, half
Eric.
the country voted for that, right?
More than half.
The disgusting thing is all these people that say, support Ukraine, spin a globe in front of them. 99% of them couldn't even find Ukraine on the map.
And you know what? That's what
So
matters.
don't tell me what their opinion is.
That's what
their
matters.
opinion doesn't really matter because they're
because
idiots.
they don't know where it is
think
on a
they're idiots.
map.
And
Did you hear that?
I think
People shouldn't
a shocking
care.
amount of the people that have these strong social media
'Cause they don't
opinions
find
on
it
Ukraine
on
have
a
no
map.
freaking idea where Ukraine is or what the realities are.
And what are the
And
realities?
so I think social media is
You fucking
is not a
asshole.
great influence on our body politic or on our society at all.
I don't know if
Well,
I
you
disagree
certainly
with you,
use
but the
it.
question is somebody is converting these people that you claim idiots, right? So
Converting,
the question then
okay.
becomes,
But,
I
like,
read this
human
quote
rights don't
by
matter.
this lady who said it the other day. 1% of the population
Sovereignty
controls the
and
world. It's a
control
small percentage,
over
but you
your
get the idea.
self-determination for a
4% of
country
the
doesn't matter.
population are their puppets. 90%
pretty
of the population are
objectively-
zombies.
I'm
5%
getting
are
pissed off
trying
at
to
you,
wake up the
Margaret.
zombies. The 1% make sure that the 4% stops the 5% from waking up the 90%. I don't know if you caught that whole thing that we're going through. Okay.
I think so. I was trying
Yeah.
to do the math.
Okay, so it's a lot of math going on here. For a guy that made a lot of money, I'm sure you're
4%
following
is
through on the math. here.
90% are
But the point is
asleep.
this. Forget the 90% of zombies, okay? The 1% that are
basket package.
advocating
How
to
are
the
you?
5%, the 4% of their, not the
royal- He's a
prophets, but
prince, after
disciples.
all.
And they're going and
Douche
selling
prince.
everybody. These guys could be in mainstream media. These guys could be in business. These guys could be in Hollywood. Why are those guys,
Yeah,
The
not
people
everybody
that
makes
are
it in Hollywood.
smart
Let me
people, they're
tell
not
ya.
dummies, why do they think this is a good idea to keep giving Ukraine money? Is there an
Because
incentive
it is
behind
a
closed doors to them that we don't know about? Is that the
European
only thing that drives them?
I
Or do
think-
some
I
of these
think-
guys
I
actually
think-
think we're doing the
stop
right
I
being-
thing?
think people are highly susceptible to propaganda.
Highly susceptible to propaganda.
Clip it.
Yeah, look,
clip it. Clip and record. Clip and record.
The Russians were wrong to invade Ukraine.
Oh.
Absolutely. But I don't know that the West could have also handled the whole situation much differently.
Really? What?
Because
Like
there was
what?
all kinds of
Like
assurances
how?
made
Tell us.
that
Tell us what.
NATO would not extend eastward
Asshole.
after 1992.
Really?
And
And you thought that was a
from
good
a
idea
Russian perspective,
because
now they lost 22 million people in World War II, defeating the Nazis. And so for them looking out and
Yeah, it
seeing
was
more
Stalin.
unfriendly
Remember
countries on
Stalin?
their border than any time since May of 1940.
Jesus Christ.
That's a problem. That's a red line
Holy fuck.
for them. And they kept saying, stop, stop, stop. This idea of making Ukraine a NATO member, bad idea. it shouldn't have been on the table beforehand. And I even offered the administration before the invasion because
can't breathe.
I noticed that there was the Russians are even canceling orders, defense orders.
Did you notice
at
that?
the
How'd
end of
you notice
2020
that?
Before the
How in the fuck would
No.
one notice
at
that?
the end of 2021.
How would anyone
And
notice
I
that?
wrote
I'm
a
sorry. I have a
paper,
question, sir.
and I sent
Mr.
it up
Prince.
through a friend in JSOC
Douche.
without my name on it, so they can't use the I Hate Eric Prince card. And it basically laid out that at that point there was
Oh no!
almost 500
Gal.
aircraft
That's
set
terrible.
to be retired from the U.S. inventory. So literally scheduled to be flown from an active squadron to the desert, Davis-Monthan Air Force Base, the Boneyard, and parked for eternity, written off to zero value to the taxpayers. I said, make that a Lend-Lease package, almost like when Roosevelt gave 50 destroyers and some aircraft and a bunch of guns to the Brits in like 1940, Lend-Lease. And I said, make it a combination of Lend-Lease and a Flying Tigers, a good use of a private contracted capability. Because Ukraine needed air power. They needed a lot more air power. So I said, perfect. There was 50 some F-16s, 55 F-15s, and another 40 A-10s. Perfect. Fly those to Ukraine. Biden can make an announcement. Ukraine is not going to be a member of NATO, but they're going to have an air force, and here it is. And I could have put contracted pilots in those aircraft.
Didn't need to do that again.
And you know what? If you lose 20 or 30% of the aircraft, that's okay. That's what ejection seats are for. That would have been a significant deterrent force. The whole program would have cost like $400 million, which
Is this
was
the one you're talking about?
no.
Okay.
No, we looked at buying Motors Itch, which is a company that makes turbine engines, and some idiot made wild allegations about that.
This was 3 years ago.
That was
That's
that was
2021.
that was a simple plan to buy a turbine maker, but no, went all the way up to Sullivan and the National Security Council, and of course they never acted on it. But again, because you have people in those jobs without experience that have never deployed aircraft themselves. They've never done that. So they get told by some Air Force officer, well, that's impossible. They could never staff those aircraft. Nonsense. There are hundreds of former military aircraft flown by contractors today in America, and they're flown as opposition squadrons, training against the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy for their readiness. So it was a very applicable model, and it could have, I believe, 150 ex-U.S. military combat aircraft showing up in Ukraine. That's a significant deterrent, and I bet you it would have stopped the.
Okay, we're gonna just stop for a minute and go to the defense secretary. Hold on, share this tab.
Civilian life. Mr. Austin, Secretary Austin, isn't that statement inaccurate given Israel has used hundreds of 22,000-pound dumb bombs when there were no place for civilians to go? Would the U.S. government ever target terrorists with 2,000-pound bombs in a densely populated area?
Well, it depends on the situation, and again.
But have we done that? Use 45% of bombs that are unguided, or a 2,000-pound bomb? I mean, do you really think that the Israeli government military is taking more precautions than the United States military would?
I think. Just based upon the results in terms of the significant loss of life.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from
there's more that
Wisconsin,
can be
Mr.
done,
Gallagher.
And it should be done.
Mr. Secretary, to review, you went in for the initial procedure on December 22nd. Your testimony says the DepSecDef then, quote, assumed the functions and duties of your office and was serving as acting Secretary of Defense, correct?
That's right.
Did you then personally make the decision on December 22nd to transfer authority to the Deputy Secretary of Defense?
I did.
So does 10 U.S.C. 132B, which you cite in your testimony, does it require you to make the decision? Or is there any notification to the President required by statute?
It does not. By law, if I'm unable to perform the duties of the office, then the responsibilities and authorities transition to the Deputy Secretary.
And you can assure us today under oath that you, and you alone, not a military aide, made the decision to execute the TOA to the Deputy Secretary of Defense?
On December 22nd?
Yes.
That's right. And I instructed my assistants to put the process in place.
Thank you.
He's
What
so
prevented you
wonderful,
at that
though.
initial hospitalization, which was a planned procedure, from telling the President, albeit privately, about your condition, that you had cancer?
As I said, diagnosis of cancer is a very personal and deeply troubling issue, and it's one that, quite frankly, I described it as a gut punch, and again, I didn't want to burden the president with one of my personal issues, but I've also said that I didn't get this right. I should have informed him. I should have talked to him about it, and I have since talked to the president. I have apologized, and he responded with a warmth and empathy that anybody who knows Joe Biden.
I have limited time. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude.
sorry.
You said or you just said you expect your organization in early questioning to do the right thing and notify higher.
And for Millie.
But when you initially went in, it was not your intent or expectation to notify higher. You didn't expect your organization to notify the president, correct?
As I said, I didn't get that right, and that was not done appropriately.
I appreciate that candor, but just so I have clarity, your initial intent was to go in, have the procedure, for there to be not any complications, and the White House would be none the wiser in the process, correct?
We didn't. I didn't instruct anybody to notify anyone. That's right.
So it is not the fault of your organization or an aide not to notify higher, at least in that initial case.
That's right.
You take full responsibility. You went back to the hospital on January
I think
1st.
he's
Your
an
condition worsened, at which point
man.
you said earlier the decision
based
was
on
made.
what
The decision was
I
made to
see,
transfer authorities again to the DepSec death. Again, did you make that decision to transfer authorities?
I did not. The decision was whether or not they had reached a threshold where I could not communicate or have access to secure communications, and so that triggers the
So your
process.
your condition was severe such that you could not personally action the transfer of authority.
The issue was, number one, they could not get to me, but number two, it was access to secure communications.
Oh,
Had nothing to
that
do
makes
with
sense.
my physical condition at the
Right.
time.
He
And
wasn't
yet
into,
the
he wasn't,
decision
hi,
was made.
butterflies, good to see you.
So who made the decision?
Well, as my assistants conferred, they agreed that we had reached that threshold and they should put the process in place, and they did. And I
That
think
seems
it was
really
right.
So
reasonable.
your military assistants made the decision to transfer authorities to the Deputy Secretary of Defense?
No.
The military decision, the military aides made the
God.
decision to
Without any
initiate the
civilians
process, right?
in the chain of command?
Yeah, I mean, the law says that if I'm unable to,
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair, and I recognize Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Oh my God. What? Why don't you let him answer?
Mr. Secretary, thank you for coming here and for sitting with us. And I wish you good health and a speedy recovery. We had a conversation earlier this week where I expressed my disappointment in some of the decisions that were made by you and by your team, and my personal experience being a young lieutenant in the military,
Oh, my Lord.
and what I would have expected my own self to do in those circumstances. But that's
Hi,
not what we should be
Siegfried.
talking about today. What we should be talking
sorry, I
about is,
didn't
rather
mean
than
it.
your
I'm so
health or those
sorry.
decisions that were made around them
I
that are
know.
putting us as a
Ace is ready
nation
to
and us as a
pounce.
world in peril, rather the inactions of Congress right now, and specifically this House right now, and specifically the Speaker of the House, Mr. Johnson, right now, is putting us and this world in peril.
Correct.
Last evening when I left votes, it was dark and it was raining, and I was intercepted by some people with Ukrainian flags, and one held a sign that said, "It's 1939 again." And it really struck me, and literally brought tears to my eyes, because it really genuinely is, and not an exaggeration to say that it's 1939 again. When I was in Lithuania earlier this month with one of the undersecretaries
right,
of
Jim.
Ministry of Defense, he also was near tears with his concern about what would happen if Ukraine fell, and what would happen to places like Lithuania, Estonia, Moldova, and Europe. When I was recently in the Horn of Africa with a gentleman who had served honorably in our military and was now a contractor with our defense services, he bemoaned, was worried about the fact that he would not allow his now 15-year-old ever to serve in the military for fear that he would die in combat. Because I believe he was thinking that because it is indeed 1939 again. So what are we doing? We are sitting here for hour upon hour of work, of time that the 50 of us and the 435 of us could be spending voting on things like Ukraine and the Ukraine supplement, so that we can prevent 1939 from happening again. So my questions to you, real briefly, is whether you could reflect on how our allies are perceiving this from a DoD's perspective, and whether you are concerned whether Russia might continue on in its war in the continent, and whether she is watching.
Our allies are troubled by the message that we're sending in a failure to support Ukraine, and certainly it has impacted the morale of the Ukrainian troops. It is if we continue down this path, it'll be a gift to Putin, and we certainly don't want that to happen. And then as others look at this, they will question whether or not we are a dependable ally or dependable partner, and that's very troubling for us as well.
So I only have a little bit more time, and I don't frankly think I need all of it, because in hours, just mere hours, this House will adjourn yet again, having accomplished literally nothing. We will not have voted for the supplemental. We will not have voted to support you in the DoD through proper appropriations. History will and history should judge us, our inactions. I really don't want to be right. I really don't want this to be 1939 again. I just want to be able to vote on the supplemental and on funding our government. And with that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
You didn't tell the president that you had cancer, that you were being treated for cancer, or that the treatment for that cancer had gone wrong, because you saw it as personal and medical. And I think a lot of us have empathy for you in that regard. But now that you see how personal medical decisions are, will you call for the re-recruitment, restoration of full rank and back pay for the 8,600 service members who were vax mandated out of the military?
Nope. That has nothing to do with anything. No.
So on March
I love
4th,
him. No, I won't.
2021, you authored a memo. It was entitled Message to the Force. And in that
They are
memo,
not serious.
you said that there would be clear and swift accountability for anyone who didn't meet the
Siegfried did
highest
call out that
standards
the 23
of the
foreign
Department
leaders
of
who
Defense.
wrote a letter to
Now,
Mike Johnson
however this
about
worked out, we
passing
all
Ukraine
acknowledge
aid is
that what
any
you did here
indication
didn't
we
meet
know
the
how they
highest
feel.
standards, right? You made a mistake.
I admitted to.
Yeah, okay, so we got that. So then the question is, what becomes the clear and swift accountability? Now, you're not going to be discharged, right? No?
That's right.
Okay, you're not going to be suspended.
Oh, my
You're not
Lord. I
going
hate
to be
this man
demoted,
so
and you're not
much.
going to have your pay cut. None of those things are going to happen to you, right?
That's right.
Okay, so you come here seeking some grace and some forgiveness.
What?
And I want you to know that one of the service members who you vax mandated out of the military sent me the parable of the unforgiving debtor.
Oh,
and it's
fuck
in the
off.
book of Matthew,
Oh, my
verses
God.
21 to
I
35.
just need the Lord
The man
Jesus
fell down before his
to
king
come
and begged
down
him,
and reach
"Please
down
be
with that
patient
great
with me,
hand
and I will pay
that
all the debt."
that they
Then his
supposedly
master,
have,
filled with pity
and pinch off
for
his
him,
little pinhead
released
right
him
now.
and forgave
And
him of his
I
debt.
just want his
But when the man
brains
left
to
the
spill
king, he
out
went to
over
a
that
fellow
guy's
servant who owed him a
monk
few
haircut
$1,000s. He
to
grabbed
his
him by the throat
left.
and demanded payment. His
So
fellow
if
servant
that
sat down
happened
and
right
begged
now,
him for a little
then
more
I'll believe
time.
in God.
Be
You
patient
do
with
that
me,
right
and
now,
I will pay
Jesus,
it, he
I'll
pleaded.
believe in you.
But his creditor would not wait.
But I need to see
He had the man
brains
arrested and put
on
in
the monk
prison
spot
until
right
the debt
now.
could be paid in full. When some of the other servants saw this, they were very upset. They went to the king and told him everything that had happened. And the king called the man who had been forgiven and said, "You evil servant, I forgave you that tremendous debt because you pleaded with me.
What?
Shouldn't you have mercy on your fellow servant, just as I had mercy on you?"
Oh my God.
Then
It's
the angry
not the
king
same thing.
sent the man to prison to be tortured until he had paid his
I
entire
can't stand
debt.
any of them.
Mr. Secretary, you come to us
I want
seeking
him
forgiveness,
to
but
have
you
his
offer
little
nothing.
head
And it
pinched.
seems as though the
And
pattern
you know what? He's going to be
is
happier too, because
repeated.
frankly, Ginger
You make a
Gates
mistake,
is bullying
like
him
on the vax mandate
and
and
trying
here
to,
regarding your notification.
uh,
Then
Jim,
you get busted.
Gates
President Biden had to sign
has been
something into
bullied
law
by Ginger
reversing your
Gates
your
because
vax
she has
mandate. You
fat
got
shamed
busted
him
here, not because you came
into
forward,
not
but because
eating
we
anymore.
learned of
Do you
this through
notice
other
that?
means.
She keeps
And then
posting
after you get
pictures about
busted
how
making a
thin
mistake,
he is.
you know,
I'm
you
not
want
kidding.
you
It's
want
real.
that benefit, but you don't want
Hi,
to extend it to
Jen.
others.
Oh my gosh, it's
This
good to
isn't
see you.
swift or clear. You're not
Is he
meeting your
arguing for
own
attention,
standards
please?
that you set for
So
yourself.
the bottom line is
and
this.
you say
Smite,
that
smite, smite.
the DOD is a learning organization.
Ay, ay, ay.
Haven't you
I
learned
know.
yet
Hi,
that the
Deidre. Oh
military
my
is
gosh,
weaker,
how are
not
you?
stronger, with the
So this is
8,600
them
people that you
questioning
vax
Lloyd
mandated out of
Austin
the
for some
military?
reason. I have no idea why. I guess
Just
it's
one
about the
point,
appropriations, but I
Congressman. The
don't get
reason
it.
I'm here is because the chairman requested that I appear to
To
talk
bully me?
about the circumstances surrounding my hospitalization.
But don't you see the hypocrisy in it? Because you screwed up, we fixed your screw up, and now you want grace. But these people who sought religious exemptions, they got no such grace. And also, I just think it's ridiculous that we're in 3 wars. You went AWOL for 3 days, and we get 2 hours with you. If you can't spend more than 2 hours answering these questions, I don't know how you're really operating all these wars.
Gentleman's time's expired.
If
Chair
you're
now
not- if you don't have a
recognizes
haircut
the
like
gentleman
mine,
from
I don't know how you're
Massachusetts,
not
who the
an
chair
idiot.
inadvertently skipped. You recognize Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for sharing your success and your treatment with us, coming from a family that has seen the tolls of cancer take their lives, as well as cancer survivors come through their lives, including prostate cancer. I'll take every opportunity to encourage people to get screening and treatment
disrespectful,
themselves.
Deirdre. You're so
Mr.
right.
Secretary, I'm the ranking member on the House
awful.
Foreign Affairs Committee on Europe. And each week, I see multiple leaders, foreign ministers, ambassadors, colleagues in Parliament. Not a week goes by where I don't literally see at least 20 of and talk to 20 of these people when we're here. And I want to assure you of one thing. Not one of those leaders asked where you were for 3 days. What they're asking is, where has America been for the last 3 months? Now, I assure them the votes are there to help Ukraine. All that's lacking is for the Speaker of the House to put a simple vote up or down on the floor. Now, Mr. Secretary, you've acknowledged your responsibility. You've held yourself accountable. You've made changes to rectify that. We in this House right now have to be held accountable. If we're to keep democracy alive abroad, we can't have it die right here at home in this House by not taking a basic democratic vote. The greatest threat to our transatlantic democracy since World War II is occurring right now. In World War II, we lost over 400,000 Americans giving their lives, not even mentioning those injured, those sacrificed from home, those whose marriages were broken up, to preserve democracy in the transatlantic sense and usher in the greatest period of peace and prosperity of modern times.
Oh, my God.
Right now, we are just mere stewards compared to their sacrifice, and it's a sacrilege to their memory and a danger to young American men and women who might be deployed, given our Article 5 NATO responsibility in a future war, not to act, and act immediately. In the time I have remaining, there's a lot of misunderstanding about this funding package, the $60 billion to Ukraine. And one of the areas that I don't think most people understand, even other colleagues don't understand, we're in a period of modernization of our own military, which this committee knows, and you know, Mr. Secretary, well. We're phasing out the old assets. We're bringing in the new up-to-date assets that we have to do to compete with China and the other threats we have. Almost half of this money, the $60 billion, that we're giving in this supplemental budget under Ukraine is coming back to replenish our own assets and bring them up to date here at home. It's really serendipitous. We're phasing out things that are useful to them that we're not going to use. We're now going to replenish our own with American manufacturing, with American jobs, for American security. Can you take a few minutes to just comment on that? I don't think people realize that where this money is actually going to end up.
Yeah, Ukraine matters because it's
this is the
important
Defense
for our
Secretary
national
Austin.
security
It's
first.
it's a House hearing. Let me figure out which committee it is.
As
Kim,
we
hold on
provide
just a sec.
resources to Ukraine, we replace those resources with more up-to-date equipment in our own inventory, and that all flows through factories and in various states around this country. So there's billions of dollars that go into expanding our production lines and increasing our capacity. So this benefits us as much
Gentleman's
as it
time's
does,
expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr.
God,
Walsh.
man. Oh,
Thank you,
okay,
Mr.
so this
Chair,
is
Mr.
the
Secretary.
House
We
Armed
wish you
Services,
continued
House Armed
improvement to your
Services
health.
Committee,
But
Kim, and everyone.
this hearing today isn't about you.
Let me put up
It's
a
not
note
about your
that. Hold
privacy.
on.
It's not about what you desire. It's not about your health. This is about the chain of command and civilian oversight of the most powerful military in the world that's charged with keeping the American people safe. So I want to be sure that as the American people watch this, we have a couple of things clear. According to your report, it says, given the inability to provide timely communications to the Secretary while in critical care, the Secretary's military assistants agreed that the transfer authorities to the Deputy Secretary was necessary.
There we go.
Mr. Secretary, on January 2nd, at
That's
that time,
helpful.
when they
Sorry
made that
about
decision,
that.
were you conscious?
I had to switch
I was
platforms
conscious,
real
yes.
Okay,
fast.
so
Hi,
you were
Val.
able to make that decision yourself. You were of sound mind to make that decision yourself.
Il
They did not have
Maquillage, I
access
want
to
to get
me
some of that
to
part.
be able
I heard
to,
it's fantastic.
So there was then a disconnect for your ability to command the military through secure communications because they couldn't access to you,
And it
correct?
was determined that, and they were advised by the doctors that they wouldn't be able to access or gain access to me. And so that's the tripwire to transfer authorities. And they
Okay.
followed a procedure.
But let's talk about whether there was a break, because you've
Thank
testified
you.
under oath there was no gap. Did the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, know on the 1st of January you were going to the hospital in an ambulance?
He did not.
Did he know on the 2nd of January that you had been admitted to critical care in the ICU?
He did not.
The Commander-in-Chief, elected by the American people, civilian oversight of the military, didn't know on January 1st, didn't know on January 2nd. January 3rd comes around. Did the President know?
He did not.
Yes or no? He did not. How long does it take? I mean, we could go through a number of scenarios. How long does it take a hypersonic missile as a first strike weapon to hit the United States? 15, 30 minutes, max?
Well, you know,
ICBM, I mean, it's commonly out there. ICBM from North Korea, 30 minutes, make a decision.
So we've been clear that the notification was not adequate, but the transfer of authorities.
Right.
When is it?
But the President of the United
just want his
States,
Fox
as the
News
Commander-in-Chief,
thing.
doesn't know for 3 days his Secretary of Defense
I don't get
is
those
incapacitated.
well, I get those on
and in critical care.
Deidre, how's he gonna? I don't know
Correct?
if was he having a heart attack? He went in
not
for.
incapacitated.
And the President of the United States
The
doesn't know
cancer
that his
diagnosis,
Secretary of
I
Defense
believe,
can't
but I don't
access
know all
secure
of the
comms,
details,
correct?
so I'm not really sure.
He doesn't know.
This
But the
hypersonic-
deputy
That's your
is
toothbrush.
fully
Oh my God,
empowered
he's
and-
getting his
and has
toothbrush
full
mixed up with
access to
missiles
everything she
again.
needs.
Mr. Secretary,
dang.
who made the decision, just in the time I have remaining, who made the, so your report says the Assistant Secretary for
Jen,
Public
I'm
Affairs
real glad you weren't here for the
was
first
not was
part, which
informed
Eric
of the transfer
Prince
of
being
authority.
interviewed this
Who
morning.
made the decision for that individual to not inform the American
I don't
people?
know.
I can't answer that.
Did
Again,
he make that decision?
Did I make that decision?
No. Did the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs make the decision?
I can't.
You just had a 30-day review. You don't know who made the decision to not tell the American
Calm
people?
down.
Well, I know that he was was aware on the
down.
second. I don't know what decision-making
I was
process
busy
that
To inform the public, you
finding
don't know
out
today.
that I have a
You don't know
terminal
who made the
disease.
decision to not inform the public.
I'm
I
not
was
sure that
busy
there was a decision to
finding
not
out
inform the public. I know that he
that
had
I
the
had a
information.
terminal
Mr. Secretary, in the time I have remaining, the Commandant of the Marine Corps had a medical incident and informed the American people and you.
Okay,
And
so
here's what's missing here. This is not about process. You made this about process. This is about judgment and poor
usually,
judgment.
yeah, right.
My teenage daughter knows to tell her supervisor
Oh,
if she's
come
not going to work.
on.
The
Stop
American
it.
people, truck drivers, bartenders, know they have to tell their
Stop
boss
it.
or they get fired.
God, they hate us more.
But
So
you've held
true.
yourself to a different standard, and that's unacceptable, Mr.
Gentleman's time
Okay.
has expired.
So,
Chair now recognizes
what are you gonna
Jim Lee
do?
from Michigan.
Hi,
Go
Mr.
and smack
Secretary.
him in the
Thanks
face?
for putting up with the outrage and the drama.
Thank you.
I would just say, look, you made a mistake. You admitted it. You're taking steps to address it. And you want to know what accountability is. Accountability is having to come and sit in front of people and their outrage and their drama in public about your health issues and the mistakes you've admitted you've made when the entire world is wondering what the hell is going on with the United States of America. So if we want to talk about what's going on in national security and the greatest threat to national security, it's not that the Secretary of Defense screwed up and is cleaning up the mess. The greatest threat to national security is the polarization of the country and the fact that we can't explain to the world who we are and what kind of leadership role we want. So in that context, the whole world is trying to figure out what we're going to do next. Are we going to fund Ukraine? to make sure that for the first time since World War II, we don't have an autocratic nation take over a democracy. First time. Are we going to send a signal to the Chinese and the Chinese government that we still want a leadership role in the in the world, and we're willing to back that up with strength, with force, and with action? We have got our soldiers being shot at in the Middle East by the Iranians. We've got a lot going on. And I would hazard a guess that the people who are most stridently dramatic about this issue are the very ones who have said publicly that they don't intend to support protecting Ukraine against Putin. They don't care about what's going on in Taiwan. They don't want that strong role in the world. They want to distract us with this and everything else that they're yelling about, because they are ceding our leadership role in the world. And U.S. leadership is far from perfect, but I would take U.S. leadership over Chinese leadership or Russian leadership any single day. So watch the outrage.
I can honestly say that.
You can correlate that to how much they don't want to talk about their sucking up to their whoever, political masters, and denying the United States of America its leadership role that it has held since World War II. We are also sitting here unable to get a budget done. A budget for the whole government, not just the Pentagon. We're living on these now 1-week extensions, 2 months extensions, going on and on. If we're worried about competing in the 21st century on national security, if we're worried about drone attacks, using a $1,000 drone to hit our forces in places like the Middle East, we need to do things to adapt and fight. By not passing a budget for next year, the Pentagon is unable to do anything new. They're unable to start anything new. They're just holding on week by week, month by month, while we screw up our national security because we can't get our own house in order. This committee has always been a real calm in the storm when it comes to bipartisanship. So I would ask that when we come back together in a month and have a hearing with the Secretary, we focus it on the things that are actually important to national security, instead of denying this man the apology that he's made, the mea culpa that he's made, and get on to the business of the American people. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. I would make the point that the chairman decided to call this hearing, and there is no stronger proponent of Ukraine funding than the chairman. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today.
But are those on bases, Pert?
I just want to clear up a couple things.
If those are on bases and for the
because we talked a lot about changes to the process.
I have no problem with
that. You spoke
that.
earlier. You're going to make 8 changes to the process.
Make it comfortable.
I think that's part of the problem, is we spend all this time putting together processes, but unless we're willing to follow them, the processes are really irrelevant. So I guess my first question
I agree.
is...
I think that's what I'm going to end up doing.
You admitted that
because
it
I
wasn't
just
really
know
the
that
process
Hollywood
that
will
was the problem.
definitely
It
select
was you, correct?
a Democrat to replace.
I did not admit that.
Oh, okay, then I
Or I'm fairly
misheard. I
confident of that.
apologize. So what error did you make, if any?
Well, first of all, I said that I didn't inform the president initially of my cancer diagnosis, and that was a mistake. In terms of the hospitalization, January 1st throughout, again, I was the patient. And so my expectation is that the organization inform the right agencies. That,
Okay, so maybe I didn't understood it. So as long as you inform somebody other than your boss to let the boss know, that is acceptable.
Certainly informing the chief of staff, the White House, the National Security Advisor, I think they would immediately inform the president.
So yes, so it really wasn't your fault, it was the staff's fault. So you informed the staff made an error not to inform the president. I'm just trying to connect the dots.
No.
No, okay.
The president, my chief of staff informed the National Security Advisor on the 4th of January, and then that notification followed through to the president.
So in your opinion, you didn't make an error. It was the process that was the issue.
What?
We didn't get this right. Again,
I was
Okay, I'm just trying to
as
find
a
where the
patient
blame
that was
How
lays.
about that?
critical
Why don't we
care
not
at,
find where the
from the
blame
second to the
is?
fourth.
Okay, so it wasn't your fault. It was the staff's
Force
fault.
enough?
Well, I didn't have
Is
access
the
to
dog dead
any
yet?
kind of
Because
communications
I
during
feel
that
You
time.
didn't
like
have a
everybody's
phone,
trying to
nothing.
pile
No.
on top
Okay,
of the dog.
that's interesting. Maybe we should reform the processes at the hospital to allow phones in there. But
What?
okay, my
You
question
fucking
is, because
cunt!
it doesn't seem like we're taking a lot of accountability, which I
You
thought I heard at
fucking,
the beginning. So
fucking
my
cunt!
apologies to the American people for that. When you were a
I'm
commander,
so
would you accept the
angry.
same behavior from
Oh, you
your
put DL on
subordinates
download
as you
down
did? So let me
shift.
play it out to this.
This is
You had an
awful,
enlisted
Deborah.
man, a
I
soldier
fucking
person.
hate this. I hate these people
They
so much, and I don't want to
went
say
in
that,
for
but I
treatment,
do.
and they didn't tell you, the commander. They told their, friend. That's cool, right? That's good. We can follow. That's good. You'd accept that, and there'd be no punishment. There'd
What
be
is
no
wrong with you,
ramifications
you
from that person,
stupid
correct?
bitch?
Well, I don't know which part you're referring to.
I'm making a scenario. Your boss is the president of the United States. No different than an enlisted person. If you're the commander, you're in charge. You're that person. You're the enlisted person's boss.
Okay.
If the
Oh, she is
enlisted
gonna-
soldier
she is
did the
kicking-
exact
kicking
same
the dead
thing
horse.
as
Okay,
you
I'm
did,
sorry. We're
you'd
kicking it
accept.
hard
Well,
now.
it's really not the enlisted man's person's fault.
I hate this
It's
bitch.
really
I really
their
do.
staff's fault, and really, it's not even their staff's fault. It's really the
I
process
really
fault.
do.
No, I think that there
I
would be some
really
level
do.
of ramification, consequence, or punishment. I'm seeming to not be able to connect those dots with you.
Gentlelady's
It's just
time's
different.
expired.
Doing
Different.
some
Chair
more
now recognizes
chapters
the gentlelady
tonight.
from New Jersey.
So join me late night.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for appearing today. And I wish you
Not
continued health in your
super
speedy
duper duper
recovery.
stars, but there certainly are some wonderful
I have
stars.
spent the last several weeks meeting with allies, partners, and stakeholders.
I don't know the
related to
members of this
current
committee,
conflicts
Kim,
and
as
struggles
well,
around the
in
world.
terms of the Democrats
I
on
met
it.
with President
We
Zelensky
don't
and our
see. I
European
don't
partners
tend to watch a lot
discuss
of
Russia's
that.
war of
A
choice
lot of
in
the
Ukraine.
Armed Services Committee hearings.
I met
They
with
don't
leadership
come
in
up that
Egypt,
often, but
Jordan, and Israel to discuss the Israel-Hamas war.
they have all been
I've
wonderful.
also met with
I
the
will
Jewish,
say that.
Palestinian, and
So there's
Ukrainian
definitely
communities in my own
stars.
district to hear about their concerns. And finally, as a member of the Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, I know all too well the challenges our nation faces in competition in the Indo-Pacific region. And despite these and other challenges the Department of Defense faces across the world, this legislative body has still not passed the appropriations needed to plan, to prepare, and to act in our nation's best
Yeah,
interest.
it totally does, Margaret.
And while the Biden
I so agree.
administration has a plan
Word
for
on
the
the street
National
about
Security
Schiff?
Supplemental that was
I don't know,
prepared months
Margaret.
ago,
I don't.
I remain
You
concerned
know
that
me.
there's
Come on
still
now.
no plan
You
from
have
the
to just
Speaker
kinda spit it out.
and from the GOP majority to pass the desperately needed supplemental. And I share the real frustration and anger you're hearing today from my Democratic colleagues that as we face conflicts across the world, and as we on the House Armed Services Committee hold this hearing, my Republican friends on HASC, who I would expect to be the strongest allies in this fight to get the supplemental on the floor, are not addressing these huge issues. So
I don't.
I'll ask you,
well,
Mr. Secretary,
I
as
think
we
you can't trust
near
some
yet
of them, but
another
I understand what you're
potential
saying,
government
Margaret.
shutdown,
100%.
we've sort of kicked the can
I
down
don't
the
love
road now
Schiff.
for a
I
couple
mean,
more
that's not
weeks,
the
and
point.
hopefully can figure this out. But
people really do.
as we
Some
keep
people
limping
don't. I'm
along
like,
with CR
well,
after CR after
as long as he
CR,
votes, his voting record is what I'm concerned about.
and as we approach
Strong
the
Democrat.
fiscal
I
year
mean,
now,
really, I don't know their
2025
names. I'm not
appropriation
really sure
cycle,
about
even
the
though we
strong,
haven't
or like the
passed
big
the
names. 'Cause
24,
we
as you
did come
know,
in
we are
late
now
too,
getting
Kim. We
into
came into this
hearings
late,
for
so
the
apologies.
National Defense Authorization Act for 25. Every member of this committee continues to hear from senior DoD
New York
leaders
City
about how
politics
damaging
are very
CRs are
challenging.
for our national
That is a
defense.
very challenging
Can you
place.
speak in a little more detail about the practical impact that our broken appropriations process has on the implementation of our national defense security strategy?
Again, you've heard me say a number of times that you lose both time and money. And if we go for a full year with the CR, that'll be, we'll lose about $25 billion in discretionary funds there. So this is a big deal because we go through a lot of effort to link our budget request to our strategy. I think we've done a very good job
Good
of that,
plan,
and of course, without
Tell Mom I said hi.
without a budget, we can't execute the strategy in its fullest, and so that's a concern. And again, as you look at the challenges around the world, our ability to keep to do the right things to make sure that we maintain the edge in the Indo-Pacific, to help Ukraine counter Russia's aggression, and to do the things in the Middle East that we're doing to support Israel and to try to work to prevent the spread of a larger conflict. And again, we are supporting and doing a lot of things around the globe in support of our strategy, and without the funding, this doesn't. It hampers us. It hamstrings us. So.
Time's expired. I would point out, consistent with our agreed upon time of ending this hearing, we will have time for 3 more questioners, Mr. Fallon, Ms. Escobar, and Ms. Mace. And at that point, we will adjourn. I'd ask all of the members to submit their questions for the record, and I would ask the secretary to respond to those in a timely fashion. And with that, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to take you back to spring of 2021. It was in April of that year that you and other military senior leaders were discussing a drawdown in the war with Afghanistan with President Biden. He didn't take your advice.
Oh, Paul, have
but
they
like a
ever?
good
This
political
entire
appointee, you publicly
frickin'
remained
hearing
supportive
has
of
been
his
beating
decision.
up
Would you describe the
Lloyd Austin
withdrawal from Afghanistan as closer
over
to a
his
success or closer to a failure?
crisis, his medical
I would
crisis.
say that I'm proud of the work that
terrible.
our
This
troops
has been a
did
terrible hearing.
in a very challenging situation, and proud of the support that we provided to Afghans who wanted to exit the country, and we were not able to support all the folks that we wanted to support, but that effort continues as we speak today.
So let me ask you that question again because it didn't get answered. Would you describe it closer to a success or a failure?
I think, again, it was a very challenging situation. I think we were successful in getting in retrograding our people and our equipment under very challenging in a very challenging situation, and we're able to help a number of Afghans as well.
In the 18 months prior to this
Why can't
administration
he
coming
just
to office
stay?
in January of 2021, how many American lives did we lose in Afghanistan?
Oh my frickin' God.
I'm sorry?
Prior to Joe Biden becoming president, in the prior 18 months, how many Americans did we lose in Afghanistan? How many military service members?
Very few. I'd have to go
Guys
back
are
and
an
check the
idiot.
record.
I think it's exactly 0.
Yeah. Here is
and then
another
we lost
example where
13 lives
Afghanistan departure
under
plan
this
foiled by the
administration's watch.
45's release
5,000
Alabama
prisoners broke out of
and his
Bagram.
timetable. Yes.
We left billions of dollars worth of
Set up.
equipment. The Afghan army disintegrated
Slot
within
pin.
2 weeks.
Oh, yes,
And
slot
General
pin.
McKenzie, General Milley, and I believe yourself as well, when we had a discussion in 2021, could not guarantee me or the American people that any of those 5,000
Alan, you've
scumbags
got
that
your
did
Fox
escape from
News clip.
Bagram
Don't
were
worry about
involved
it,
in the
babes.
murder of the 13
I think you're going to
service
end up
members
more on the
that
Rumble end
occurred
of this
under
thing, so I
your
don't
watch.
think it's exactly Fox
And
News
why didn't
worthy, if
we
you know what I'm saying.
maybe have a withdrawal when it wasn't prime fighting season? I mean, all these questions, this
Why
I
don't
think
you-
in large measure could have been
Why
avoided.
don't you ask
And then just a
45
little
about that? Why don't
walk
you
through
ask him
history here,
why-
the last couple of
why the
administrations.
timing on the
Vladimir
withdrawal?
Putin, a lot of my colleagues have
How
talked
about
about
that?
Ukraine. In 2008,
timing.
Vladimir Putin stole a province from Georgia, and it was under George W. Bush's watch. And then 2014, he stole all of Crimea under Barack Obama's watch.
Under Mike Flynn.
And then
under
a
Mike
Russian
Flynn.
supported
Under Mike Flynn.
insurgency
Under
from
Mike.
Ukraine
That was
kicked
Mike
off
Flynn
as
that
well.
gave that. Yeah, that was.
And then,
that was Mike Flynn.
Mr. Secretary, President of the United States from 2017 to 2021 was? Do you are aware who that was?
2013.
17 to 21.
What?
Who was the President of the United States?
Oh my God! What in the hell?
It was President Trump.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Did Vladimir Putin embark on any new foreign adventures in those 4 years?
So sweet.
He didn't.
I love your mom.
But
Okay, thank you. And then February 2022,
Exactly,
what happened?
Jim. They followed the Prince of Darkness's plan. We just
No,
heard
he-
about it.
certainly, I mean, that's when he attacked
I
Ukraine.
will. Oh
Full-scale
my
invasion.
gosh,
Almost
Karen.
200,000
Hello.
Russian
How are
troops.
you?
So I
I'm
think
so
that if
happy.
we were
But of course,
more
I
concerned
realize Mom
with
would like to
our
actually hear what's
military
going on. So I don't begrudge.
projecting power
I don't
and not
begrudge
worried
that.
about
But
personal pronouns, it would
absolutely.
be better for the American people and, quite frankly,
Howdy,
the free world. Thank you,
Mom.
Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Welcome.
Chair, and I recognize the ranking member for a few statements.
I'll be quick with this, but there was a peace treaty negotiated by Donald Trump with the Taliban that had a
Margaret says
ceasefire in
hi
place.
to
Shame Mr. Fallon is
Karen.
leaving because this
Margaret
could
says
be
hi, and
educational.
her mom is 86
On
and loves a
May
good podcast.
1st,
That's cool.
well, sometimes you can learn from listening too. I know it's a shocking concept.
Oh, I love this guy.
That
This guy I
peace
like.
treaty expired in May of 2021. The reason there were no casualties is because President Trump had promised the Taliban that we would leave, and therefore there was a ceasefire. Come May of 2021, if we were not gone, that ceasefire would have expired. So the rewriting of the history of Afghanistan in this committee is deeply troubling to me. Now, what would have happened in May if we were still there? I don't think the Taliban would have honored that ceasefire, and I don't think we would have had that zero casualty list for too much longer. So let's understand exactly what happened in Afghanistan instead of rewriting history. I thank the chairman for giving me that indulgence, and I yield back.
Certainly, Chair, now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the ranking member also for that very important recent history lesson. Mr. Secretary, good to see you. Thank you for being here today, and please know that we all wish you nothing but the best as you continue on your journey toward absolute maximum best health possible.
Definitely.
I also want to thank you for the acknowledgement of in retrospect, what could have been done better, and for the 30-day assessment. I'd like to give you the opportunity to assure the American people who are watching what lessons were learned in that 30-day review, and looking forward, what can and will be done better.
Well, the importance of prompt notification of key leaders, of a senior leader being ill or being hospitalized, and the importance of everyone in the chain, in the environment, understanding of the policies and procedures, and are able to put those into play right away. And we put measures in place that ensure that first of all, people are aware of the policies and procedures, and they execute. We had an opportunity to put this in play on February 11th when I went back to the hospital, and prompt notification was made. Transfer of authorities was made promptly, and again, I reassumed my responsibilities on February 13th. So we'd already put things into place by February 11th before the 30-day review came out. And then when the 30-day review made recommendations, 8 recommendations to me, we're going to follow. We're going to take those recommendations on. We've already executed 2 of them, and the other 6 we're promptly pursuing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary. I think it's always so important
Excellent.
for us to
Paxlovid really, it was
judicious
magic for me.
oversight and make
And I'm not young.
sure that we learn lessons
I love
and
Miss Escobar.
do better
She's
going
wonderful.
forward. And I really
She's a superstar.
appreciate that succinct description of the lessons learned and the assurances to the
Yeah,
American
and
people.
for
Like many of my
subjecting
colleagues,
yourself
I
this,
had the incredible privilege of attending and participating in the Munich Security Conference recently, and was in the meeting with President Zelensky as we discussed the situation in Ukraine and the fact that this body has not done its job in ensuring that we vote on and pass the supplemental request by the president. I'd like for you, just in this last minute, so that the American people understand why this is so important for us to provide support to Ukraine. 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, if Ukraine falls to Putin, what is in that future for all of us?
Well, thank you, and thank you for your support of the supplemental. If Ukraine falls, again, Putin won't stop there. He will just continue to move forward and attack and take on the sovereign territory of his neighbors. And so, if you're a Baltic state, you're really worried about whether or not you're next. And so they know Putin. They know that what he's capable of. And quite frankly, if Ukraine falls, I really believe that NATO will be in a fight with Russia.
Gentlelady's time expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary
It's so
Austin, for being
rude.
with us today.
Here comes
Cancer is a serious
see
illness,
you
and we
next
wish you the best
Tuesday.
in your recovery. I've been
Yeah, now I'm
disappointed
about
today
to
in some
hammer
of the
you.
responses.
Yeah,
I do
because
want to
I
ask a
just wanna
question: is when did
show
you
you a
first
little more.
receive your diagnosis?
Oh,
It was
please.
early December.
And then who did you tell? Did you tell your staff when you received the diagnosis?
I did not. Again, as I said earlier.
Did you tell your staff you received the diagnosis? Yes or no?
No, I did not.
Okay. When did you learn
I
that you
hate
needed
her
surgery?
so much.
Well, as
I hate
soon
her
as that
so
diagnosis
much.
was made, you have.
Okay, and then when did you
Oh my God.
tell your staff you needed surgery? When you found out you needed surgery, did you then inform your staff that you needed
I
to have
didn't.
surgery?
I didn't tell my staff that I needed surgery.
Oh my God, I hate her.
When did you schedule the surgery?
It was
Oh, it
mid-December.
should just be
Okay, and that was the December
raptured
22nd
right
surgery?
now.
Yes.
Small meteor.
When you scheduled the surgery, did you
Where's the small meteor?
is when you go under surgery for prostate
Where's
cancer,
the
do you
small
need to be
meteor?
like totally knocked out, right? You can't be awake for the surgery. You have to be totally unconscious
Right,
and
you-
incapacitated, right? Yes or no?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And then
I hate her so much.
the
I
date of the
wanna
first surgery was
cry.
December 22nd. At what point did you tell your staff you were going under the knife and going to be unconscious and incapacitated?
I don't know what to
Again,
say.
Did you tell your staff that you were in the
I
hospital
don't
and going
even
to
know
be
what
under
to
the knife?
say.
I have admitted that I didn't get this right. I should have notified the president of my
I'm-
cancer
Yeah.
diagnosis and my.
So you didn't inform your staff in December when you had the December surgery that you were going to be incapacitated at all?
I knew I was going to be incapacitated, and I transferred authorities to the
Okay.
deputy secretary.
And then they had this
Yeah,
emergency
you tell
event,
your
what, it was
children you
January
would
1?
Be this
That's
rude
correct.
to a
What time of
secretary
day did
of
that happen?
defense who's just found
late
out
afternoon.
that he has prostate
And then did you
cancer?
tell your staff late afternoon when it happened what was happening?
I didn't. My concern there was getting to the hospital.
You did not tell your staff that you were on the way to the hospital?
That's
I
right.
can't even understand.
Okay, when
Can't
did your staff
understand
find
why
out
she
you were at
thinks
the
this is a
hospital?
winning thing. Why is this winning? I don't. I'm
I
so
don't know
fucking
You
when
don't know when you told
tired
your
of
staff that
this.
you were at the hospital?
I'm so tired of these
Are you
people.
kidding me?
Oh,
I
are you kidding
again,
me?
as a patient
This
in the
is-
hospital
this is-
undergoing
this
a
You're
What
the,
is
they,
your
okay,
fucking
okay, let me just
such a
back up. I
fucking
have a minute and a
cunt.
half. If any
Woman,
American worker did what you did,
a fucking cunt.
they would be fired.
Fuck you.
And they aren't the
You
number
fucking-
2 in the
no,
chain
they
of command, the
wouldn't.
greatest
You know why?
and most
Because we're
lethal
human.
fighting
If
force
somebody
in
had
the
something like
world.
that happen to them,
And here
we
you
would
are. You're not
understand
informing
what
anybody on your staff
fucking
that this is
happened.
happening, let
You
alone the President
stupid,
of the United States, let alone the delay to the
craven
Joint Chiefs of
Russian
Staff, let
fucking
alone the
asset.
delay to
What
the
is on
Deputy
your tape, you
Secretary.
cunt
What
bitch?
happens? Now, I didn't
Fuck
serve. Most
her.
of my family has served. So can you
She
please
is
tell
such
me
a rude
in just
son
a
of a
few seconds,
fucking
when a
cunt.
soldier goes AWOL, when they wear the uniform, when they put their lives on the line for our nation, for you,
Shame on her.
what happens when they go
Shame
AWOL?
on
What
her.
is the
Karma
punishment?
better be
Well,
real.
I wouldn't equate my
Karma
going to
should
the
be
hospital
real.
and receiving treatment
Being
as going AWOL.
incapacitated as a secretary here, yes, is going AWOL. So you don't equate disappearing, being
Oh
incapacitated
my
with being AWOL.
God.
I didn't disappear. I was in a
You
military
didn't tell
medical
your staff.
facility
You
in Washington,
just
D.C.
testified. You didn't tell your staff.
Ma'am.
Did you not? You just testified. What happens when a soldier goes AWOL? I
can't.
have 20 seconds. What
I
happens
We
when a
have to
soldier goes
realize
AWOL?
that, I have a fairly large.
Are they
wasn't AWOL.
honorably
I
or
would just
dishonorably
say-
discharged? Are
I
they
would
put
just
into the
say
grave?
I
Are
wasn't
they What
AWOL.
happens? Seriously, you're not even answering the questions.
I'm so
I'm
mad.
not going to rest until someone, we should not rest, until someone is held accountable.
hate
I am
her.
deeply disappointed in your
over
response
her.
today.
Gentlelady's
Thank you,
time
and I
Good.
yield back.
I'm glad you're
Gentlelady's time
disappointed.
expired. Chair now recognizes
Shove
Ranking
that
Member for any closing
disappointment up your
comments he may
fucking
have.
cunt.
I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I thank the secretary for making himself available. I
All
will
right.
remind,
Anyway, okay, well.
members that didn't get to questions to submit them for the record. I ask the secretary to respond to them in a timely fashion. With that, we are adjourned.
Nancy Mace, you're a real bitch. Okay. Oh my, I'm so sorry. I can't. The lack of human decency is like shocking to me. I'm sorry. You could put Roger Stone there and put me in Nancy Mace's seat, and I still would not be the cunt that Nancy Mace just was. Oops. And I hate um Roger Stone. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I can't help myself. And I really don't. I mean, of course I don't wish ill will on anyone, but my goodness, where is the shame? Where is the decency? Where's just the human decency, right? Like I don't I'm really like I don't know. I mean the low gets lower every day. The low gets lower every motherfucking day. The low gets lower. Wow. Okay. Woo. All right. What I want to do now is pull up a document that Jamie Raskin talked about yesterday. The purpose of one of my original, which actually I probably should have. I don't know if I can actually stop that one, but anyway, I'll try and do that. But the point is that there's a Jamie Raskin video or document that I want to read from the House Oversight Democrats about foreign influence in the Trump administration. And it went country by country. It looked really interesting. It's pretty long and stuff like that. But yeah, it's just like, wow. I can't believe it. I really don't. The people that should be shaming them are most disappointing. I know. I don't know what, like I get the game. I totally get the game. I know. You're right, Pepper. We're really in the downward slope now. Right. Yeah, stress actually does do that to you, unfortunately. And it's too bad. She has a nice hair actually. But my point is that I I don't know. I don't know how we I guess I didn't really expect her to go that low. I really didn't. Isn't that weird? Why? Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I expect that? I don't know. All right, let me get rid of the banner since we are no longer having to watch that. And let me find this document and hold on just a moment. Doot 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 pow ba da 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 wah 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 pow blah 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 blah. Oh come on! All right, right, right. Bum bum bum. The swing so cool and sways so gentle that when she passes, each boy she passes goes, ah, oh, oh, mm-hmm. Oh, let's see. Do I want to? Maybe I just want to do this. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, actually, I think I already have it. Uh, ooh, oh, 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 boom, 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 boom. Oops. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Sorry, I'm looking for this ding dong document. Mom, why did I? Okay, well, all right. Let's not. Let's be indulgent and download it twice. Ooh, ooh. Okay. Blink, blunk, blunk. Sorry, I missed everybody. Bum, 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 ba-na-na-na-na-na. Ooh, ooh. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, they are in full panic. We should review Sarch on anti-Semites. That sounds like like a like a good time. She's a bad one. Yeah, I know. Well, Nancy really like something really happened. She looks straight ahead. That's right. Not at me. She just doesn't see. When will she see? Ooh. Okay. Let's go ahead and share this document. Where is, oh, whoopsie. Well, you have to open the document first. Post a link to the quote. Oomph. Yeah, definitely. Let me open this document. Yeah. Bam, bam, bam. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Come on, yees. Give me a beat. Bump, 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 dump, bump, 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 dump. Okay, come on. Where's my downloads? Where's my downloads? Okay, I'm gonna do this. Yep, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, now I'm getting it. By George, I think she's got it. All right, here we are. This is what I wanted to read. White House for sale. It's just a White House. 10 cents a dance. That's all they pay me. 10 cents a dance. I don't know. I don't know the tune to that song, but that's generally what, yeah. Anyways, okay, let's see. Let me see. I think if I do this, it'll get bigger. Crash, bang, boom. Crash, bang, boom. Sorry, everybody. I'm here. I'm here. Crash, bang, boom. Crash, 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 crash. I must be shadow banned. They're trying to kill me. All right, I'm gonna try this again, but I don't know. We'll see. All right, here we go. Let's just try and do something, normal. Okay. All right. Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah, shadow banning is real. Wah! I really doubt that I would ever appear on a shadow banning list. I don't think I qualify for shadow banning. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Where's my fucking document? Okay. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Oh, here we go. Sartre, 1905, the anti-Semite and the Jew. I want to look at that. But first, I want to look at this. All right, so this is the report. Normal in abnormal times will keep us sane. I hope so. But I want to read that. Oomph. Okay, so this is a staff report from the Democratic staff on the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, published in January of this year. And Jamie Raskin went out yesterday after the Hunter Biden thing and said, "Listen, you have to read this report. I want us to read this report." So I'm like, "Okay, I'll read the report." So let's see what happens. Yeah, actually, this is Restream because my OBS kept crashing. So I have to figure out why my OBS is crashing. So I'm using this until I get that figured out. because this isn't as flexible, but it does the job. That does not appear to be complete. All right, no problem. I like that. I want to see that. Oh, dedicated to the late Congressman Elijah E. Cummings, chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Reform. Quote, the memory of the righteous is a blessing. End quote. Oh, it works. Great. That was a wonderful quote. All right, here we go. This is the foreword. Many reports get published in Congress every year and sink into oblivion, but this one is unlikely to disappear. The findings and conclusions presented by the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability's Democratic staff are astounding, and they demand urgent action by the Congress and by the American people. Drawing from actual receipts and records and using the most conservative possible accounting methodologies, White House for Sale: How Princes, Prime Ministers, and Premiers Paid Off President Trump documents how, as president, Donald Trump accepted more than $7.8 million in payments from foreign states and their leaders, including some of the world's most unsavory regimes. By elevating his personal financial interests and the policy priorities of corrupt foreign powers over the American public interest, former President Trump violated both the clear commands of the Constitution and the careful precedent set and observed by every previous commander-in-chief. But straight from the title page goes to back cover missing. Oh, darn. Drawing from actual receipts and records. Oh, whoops, I already read that. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8 of the Constitution forbids the President to accept money, payments, or gifts of any kind whatever from foreign governments and monarchs unless he obtains the consent of Congress to do so. Yet Donald Trump, while holding the office of president, used his business entities to pocket millions of dollars from foreign states and royalty and never once went to Congress to seek its consent. This report sets forth records showing foreign government money and all the spoils from royals we can find pouring into hotels and buildings that the president continued to own during his presidency, all in direct violation of the constitutional prohibition. To be sure, we know only some of the payments that passed into the former President Trump's hands during just 2 years of his presidency from just 20 of the more than 190 nations in the world through just 4 of his more than 500 businesses. Despite the Constitution's requirement that a president disclose foreign emoluments and seek Congress's consent to keep them, it took Oversight Committee Democrats years of aggressive litigation against the former president to obtain the subset of documents from Mazars, Donald Trump's accounting firm, that form the factual basis of this report. And then in January 2023, Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer made the abrupt and outrageous decision to release Mazars from having to continue complying with the committee's subpoena and court-supervised settlement agreement. Despite Chairman Comer's decision to bury further evidence, however, even this small slice of a picture of unknown proportions allows America to glimpse the rampant illegality and corruption of the Trump presidency. It is true that $7.8 million is almost certainly only a fraction of Trump's harvest of unlawful foreign state money, but this figure in itself is a scandal and a decisive spur to action. The report's detailed findings make clear that we don't have the laws in place to deal with a president who is willing to brazenly convert the presidency into a business for self-enrichment and wealth maximization with the collusive participation of foreign states. No other president had ever come close before to trying a ripoff like this simply based on vacuuming up foreign government money, which was the cardinal presidential offense and betrayal in the eyes of the founders, an offense and betrayal made all the more striking here by the offender's repeated laughable proclamations of America First. This report forces us to confront fundamental questions that the founders faced in designing American institutions. What kind of government will we have? Will it be devoted to the common good of all people? And will it actually put the interests of the people first? Or will it just be a structured opportunity for private gain and self-enrichment for schemers who excel at self-promotion and sneer at the rule of law? In answering these questions, we have one decisive advantage over the founders. We have the founders' own handiwork in the Constitution, which gives us precisely the principles we need to fortify democratic self-government and reject the practice of political leaders selling America out to foreign powers. In the face of these stunning findings and conclusions, Oversight Committee Democrats are prepared to act in defense of the Constitution. We will develop a package of proposed legislative reforms to ensure that all occupants of the Oval Office abide by the Constitution's unequivocal language commanding loyalty to the interests of the American people, not the interest of homicidal Saudi monarchs, totalitarian Chinese bureaucratic state capitalists, or other foreign actors looking to obtain policy favors and indulgences by paying off a president or his wholly owned businesses. Supporting and defending our Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, is our sworn commitment in Congress. But the defense of democracy is the work of a nation, and we hope that all the American people will participate in it. I love that last line. The defense of democracy is the work of a nation. What a nice line. Yeah, hi Val. Good to see ya. All right, we're going to kind of just because it's obviously a long report, but I'm kind of interested to see. Okay, so there's an executive summary. Let's read this. Here we go. Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, and no person holding any office or of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. So there. No, doesn't that mean that he's an officer if he holds an office? Okay, never mind. Wrong show. This report sets forth the results of a multi-year investigation into former President Donald Trump's receipt of payments from foreign governments and foreign state-owned or state-controlled entities while in office. This systematic collection of foreign money was in direct violation of the explicit prohibition against such emoluments in the U.S. Constitution's. What? Wait, what? What do you mean? Oh, you have to log in to see the text of his. I'm so sorry. Oh. Well, it's probably worth it. Oh, I'm sorry. You guys probably can't see it because my big head's in the way. I don't think I can make it. I don't even know how to make it any bigger. But anyway, all right, let's continue. We've got a lot of work to do here. This is tough. The defense of democracy takes the entire chat. Baffled that it should not be widely. I know, right? That's interesting. Well, I guess is it like the Gutenberg thing? Oh, maybe. I don't know. All right, I'm going to be quiet now. I don't know. You guys can figure that out. You're much smarter than I am. Okay, here we go. Blur. The committee's investigation began under the leadership of then-ranking member Elijah E. Cummings, may he rest in peace, in 2016, the year when President-elect Trump was poised to bring with him into the office of the President of the United States a sprawling and debt-laden corporate empire of more than 500 businesses operating in at least 25 different countries, and yet refused to divest himself of these corporate assets and properties. Instead, he declared himself still open for business to all comers, including princes, prime ministers, premiers, and foreign governments, who became his active, albeit constitutionally forbidden, financial patrons. In layman's terms, an emolument is broadly defined as an, quote, advantage, profit, or gain received as a result of one's employment or one's holding of office, financial or otherwise, received either directly or indirectly. Shrouded in complexity and secrecy, President Trump's global corporate empire proved to be a magnet for emoluments from foreign governments and government-sponsored sources across the globe. His businesses encompass luxury hotels all over the world, high-end mixed-use buildings like Trump Tower in New York City, and destination golf resorts. When he arrived in the White House, then President Trump was determined not only to keep his well-branded global corporate empire going, but also to seize a new and unprecedented opportunity to make it ever more lucrative for himself and his family. It would soon become clear that he viewed the presidency as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for self-enrichment and profit maximization, courtesy of some of the most corrupt governments in the world. The presidency became the fulfillment of a get-rich-quick campaign he reportedly described as the greatest infomercial in political history. Let's see if the footnotes are really the citations. Okay. Immediately after the 2016 election, ethics experts from across the political spectrum read the writing on the wall and urged the new president-elect to fully divest himself of his business interests and place all the proceeds in a truly independent blind trust. These bipartisan ethics experts warned that if he did not divest, the president would remain the ultimate financial beneficiary of payments made to his businesses by foreign powers seeking favorable treatment from the government of the United States. Exactly the predicament feared by the framers of the Constitution and explicitly forbidden by the Constitution's Foreign Emoluments Clause. Throwing caution to the wind and the Constitution to the curb, former President Trump bluntly and cavalierly rejected all such bipartisan advice. He instead chose to place the day-to-day management of his businesses in the hands of his 2 adult sons. That's questionable, while retaining personal ownership and control of all his businesses. I thought they didn't know how anything worked. Anyway, yeah, which is it? He also, all his businesses, as well as the ability to draw funds from them without any outside disclosure. He also refused to divest from his business entities, including those benefiting significantly from business with foreign governments. Instead, former President Trump merely pledged that the Trump Organization would enter into no new foreign deals. This transparently improper arrangement reinforced, rather than severed, his ties to his businesses and enabled him to prioritize his personal interests over those of the nation, as foreign governments and those acting on their behalf quickly began spending money at Trump properties in hopes of gaining the new president's favor. Thus, the central constitutional ban on the presidential acceptance of payments of any kind whatever from foreign governments was put in danger immediately. By ignoring this fundamental constitutional command, former President Trump also threatened to obliterate a critical and defining principle of American democracy, namely, the strict separation of a president's personal financial interests from those of the nation. In establishing the presidency, the framers emphasized that the president was not a term-limited king, but a public servant whose duty was to serve the common good rather than personal financial interests. The U.S. Constitution emphatically and unambiguously rejected the monarchical system, requiring our elected chief executive to use the office solely to advance the interests of the American people rather than their own personal and financial and business interests. Let's see, anything there? No. Citations. Given Prump. I like that. Actually, I like that better. Okay. Archive had some issues and operates on Given President Trump's dramatic departures from the Constitution, the rule of law, and the prior unbroken history of presidential refusals to take foreign state money, as well as the repeated opportunities his business entanglements with foreign states created to use his office to advance his business dealings, Democrats on the Committee on Oversight and Accountability began nearly a 7-year-long investigation, initiated by the late ranking member Elijah E. Cummings, advanced by Chairwoman Carolyn B. Maloney, and now completed, based on available materials, by ranking member Jamie Raskin. As this report makes clear, it provides a significant glimpse into former President Trump's foreign financial dealings, but far from a comprehensive account of his unprecedented efforts to use the presidency to enrich himself and his family in direct violation of the U.S. Constitution. After President Trump and the White House had refused multiple requests from the committee to provide documents voluntarily, and after Mr. Trump's longtime former attorney, Michael Cohen, testified before the committee that Mr. Trump routinely prepared false financial statements, then Chairman Cummings issued a subpoena to Mr. Trump's accounting firm at the time, Mazars. This subpoena, issued in April 2019, sought documents to help Congress fulfill its constitutional responsibility to determine whether President Trump had business interests that could impair his ability to make policy decisions in the national interest, whether he was complying with the foreign and domestic emoluments clauses of the Constitution, and whether he made accurate financial disclosures to the Office of Government Ethics as required by law. President Trump fought hard to keep relevant financial documents secret, spending years litigating in an unsuccessful effort to block the committee's subpoena. In July 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court rendered its decision in Trump v. Mazars, holding that President Trump was not above the law and had to comply with the committee's subpoena under a new 4-part test. Wait a minute. So they set a precedent in Trump v. Mazars. I'm breaking away from the text for a second. So they have to follow. Wait, what? Excuse me, sir. Hello, anybody? Hi, it's over here. Hi. Isn't that a precedent? Is that what they call a precedent? I think it's a precedent, right? Is that a precedent? I'm going to take a picture of that. Okay. Anyway, I think that's what they call precedent. I think that's what they call precedent. I'm a little. Am I over blowing this one? Isn't that a precedent? Okay, never mind. Okay, here we go. I mean, like, so maybe he could be immune from breaking the law, but he couldn't be immune from uh, uh, fulfilling a subpoena. Okay, 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 okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Here we go. Boy. Okay. What? President Trump continued to fight the scope of the subpoena in lower courts until September 2022, when a federal district court approved a settlement between President Trump, Mazars, and the committee, pursuant to which the court supervised the agreement. However, in January 2023, upon becoming the new chairman of the renamed Committee on Oversight and Accountability, Representative Jimmy Comer, that's right, Jimmy, I lost my witness, Comer, apparently decided to allow attorneys for President Trump to speak on behalf of the committee, and, acting in that wholly improper capacity, to release Mazars from its legal obligation to produce relevant records to the committee under the court supervised settlement. How can he do that? According to an email from former President Trump's attorneys to Mazars, Chairman Comer authorized Mr. Trump's attorneys to inform Mazars that, quote, the committee has no interest in forcing Mazars to complete its production of documents and is willing to release it from further obligations under the settlement agreement, end quote. In June 2023, Mr. Trump and the committee, under Chairman Comer's direction, filed a joint motion for dismissal and termination of the case. The district court granted the motion on July 5th, 2023, ending the litigation and the court's supervision of the parties' agreement. Despite these obstacles, committee Democrats succeeded in obtaining a subset of documents that shine a light on the finances of at least some of the former president's businesses, despite being the incomplete and lacking in significant respects because of the chairman's actions and significant gaps in the records possessed by Mazars. This report presents the analysis of these documents prepared by the committee's Democratic staff. Critically, even this subset of documents reveals a stunning web of millions of dollars in payments made by foreign governments and their agents directly to Trump-owned businesses while Trump was in the White House. These payments were made while these governments were promoting specific policy goals with the Trump administration, and even, at times, with President Trump himself. And as they were requesting specific actions from the United States to advance their own national policy objectives. Based on the subset of documents the committee received from Mazars, this report concludes. Boom. Through entities he owned and controlled, President Trump accepted at a minimum millions of dollars in foreign emoluments in violation of the U.S. Constitution. The documents obtained from former president's accounting firm and the federal agency demonstrate that 4 Trump-owned properties together collected, at the least, millions of dollars in payments from foreign governments and officials that violated the Constitution's prohibition on emoluments of any kind whatever from foreign governments. These payments clearly fell within the definitions of emolument set forth in Article 1, Section 9 of the Constitution and applied by the U.S. DOJ and the federal judiciary, which include payments that flow from transactional relationships with foreign governments or entities, including so-called market transactions. Bullet 2. President Trump's businesses received at a minimum $7.8 million in foreign payments from at least 20 countries during his presidency. These included payments from foreign governments and foreign government-owned or controlled entities to properties owned by Donald Trump, including Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., Trump International Hotel in Vegas, Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue, Trump World Tower at the UN Plaza. President Trump never sought or received Congress's approval to keep these foreign payments as the Constitution requires. That's bullet 3. Instead of disclosing to Congress the foreign payments his businesses received during his presidency and requesting its consent to retain them pursuant to the process compelled by Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, as multiple presidents before him had done, former President Trump actively concealed these payments and tried to prevent Congress from obtaining information about them. As a result, President Trump obstructed Congress's duty under the Constitution to consider whether to permit the president to retain any of the foreign emoluments his businesses received. Number 4. The foreign nations making payments to President Trump spanned the globe and included several of the most corrupt and authoritarian governments on earth, like the whole earth. They ranged from the People's Republic of China to Saudi Arabia to the Democratic Republic of the Congo to Malaysia to Albania to Kosovo. These countries spent, often lavishly, on apartments and hotel stays at Donald Trump properties, personally enriching President Trump while he made foreign policy decisions connected to their policy agendas with far-reaching ramifications for the United States. Information available to the number 5. Information available to the committee shows that among countries patronizing Trump properties, China made the largest total payment to President Trump's private business interests. Isn't that interesting? According to the subset of documents obtained from Mazars and an additional document from the U.S. SEC, these payments collectively included millions of dollars from China's embassy in the United States, the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, a Chinese state-owned enterprise, which is a Chinese state-owned enterprise, and Hainan, I believe I'm saying that right, Airlines Holding Company, a subsidiary of Chinese company HNA Group, owned by the Hainan provincial government. 6. By pocketing Sorry. Sometimes I crack myself up. By pocketing foreign states' payments, President Trump repeatedly placed his personal financial interests, they're not making this easy, and the interests of foreign wealth and power above the public interest, resulting in precisely the split loyalty between foreign power and the American people that the framers sought to avoid by writing the Foreign Emoluments Clause into the Constitution. As examples include the following. In 2017, President Trump did not impose sanctions on ICBC, his well-paying tenant in Trump Tower in New York, even though the DOJ in 2016 filed a complaint alleging that the bank had been among Chinese financial institutions that had provided accounts to a company that had allegedly conspired with a North Korean bank to evade U.S. sanctions. What? He did not sanction ICBC even after former Republican Chairman Ed Royce of the House Foreign Affairs Committee called on President Trump to apply maximum financial and diplomatic pressure by targeting more Chinese banks that do business with North Korea. President Trump expressed his own personal sympathies and constitutional indifference on the matter in the 2016 campaign when he stated, I love China, the biggest bank in the world from China. You know where the United States headquarters is located? Right here in Trump Tower, baby. He didn't really say that. I know. I can't do anything today. I can't seem to do anything. All right. Anyway, well, that's interesting. There's one. The documents provided to the committee reveal that Saudi Arabia and its royal family spent at least $615,422 at Trump properties during the Trump administration, and the total amount of the country's expenditures is likely is much higher than that. I know, accordion hands. In May 2017, while Saudi Arabia was spending lavishly at properties he owned, President Trump signed an arms deal with the Saudi government worth more than $100 billion, despite reports that the country repeatedly used weapons to cause mass civilian casualties during its ongoing military intervention in Yemen. Yeah, but was that, I do want to ask a question for the smarter people in the audience. Is $100 billion like a typical arms deal with the Saudis? I mean, is that something that is just that's a us problem? I don't know. I don't know. I'm curious about that. President Trump also cast out on U.S. intelligence assessments. This is what brought me to Twitter, by the way. Concluding that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had ordered the murder and dismemberment of Washington Post contributing journalist and Saudi regime critic Jamal Khashoggi. At a campaign rally in 2015, then candidate Trump articulated what would matter most to him in any conflict between his personal financial incentives related to the Saudis and American values and policy goals. Saudi Arabia, I get along great with them. They buy apartments from me. They spend like 40 million, 50 million, he continued. Am I supposed to dislike them? I like them very much. Sorry. Over a 7-month period in 2017 and 2018. I'll work on that. While the United Arab Emirates, UAE, lobbied Trump administration officials to support a blockade of Qatar that Saudi Arabia and the UAE had imposed, the UAE spent tens of thousands of dollars at the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. through 4 different stays. For many years, President Trump had business interests in Dubai, and he maintained those interests while he was in office. In February 2017, just after Donald Trump took office, both Coke Jr., and the dumb one, Eric, attended the opening of a new Trump-branded golf course in the UAE. Oh. Importantly, the foreign payments to President Trump identified in this report are likely only a small fraction of the total amount of such payments he received during his presidency. This report is not able to provide a more comprehensive account of all the foreign emoluments from former President Trump's businesses received during the time period covered by the committee's subpoena as a result of Chairman Comer's successful effort, in coordination with the Trump attorneys, to block the production of the remaining documents in discovery as soon as he became chairman in 2023, as well as the failure of President Trump to provide to Mazars, or Mazars' failure to retain many key documents. Although the Supreme Court ruled in the committee's favor, and despite the fact that a federal judge was monitoring Mazars' ongoing compliance with the court-approved settlement, Chairman Comer deliberately scuttled this agreement. Astonishingly, soon after becoming chairman, Representative Comer claimed, "I honestly didn't even know who or what Mazars was." Comer pile. For years, President Trump aggressively litigated the case to thwart Mazars' compliance with the committee, but Chairman Comer has blamed Democrats for investigating Trump for 6 years. Instead of honoring the court-approved settlement, Chairman Comer made clear what he planned to do. "I know exactly what I'm investigating. Money the Bidens received from China." Well, bad news, Bear. You don't have anything. As promised, Chairman Comer halted any further document productions relating to President Trump's receipt of foreign payments from China or any other country, and launched an investigation of President Joseph Biden's son, which today has produced no evidence of any constitutional or criminal wrongdoing by President Biden. And update, they lost their motherfucking witness. Can I get a witness? Can I get a witness? Jimmy Coma, where's your witness? Oh, Smirnoff on ice. Hi, Jay Rance. Hi, sweetie. Hi, bestie. Here we go. Okay. Okay. In addition to placing his personal loyalty to Donald Trump above the institutional interests of Congress and the integrity of the Constitution, Chairman Comer worked with Donald Trump's attorneys to bury further evidence of former President Trump's misconduct by depriving the committee's Democratic staff of the ability to work with Mazars to conduct further searches for responsive records, including for any documents regarding payments potentially from Russia, South Korea, South Africa, and Brazil. Notably, the set of documents Mazars did produce before Chairman Comer's shocking decision to release the company from its obligations contained some staggering omissions. Under the terms of the September 2022 settlement agreement, Mazars was required to produce all documents from 2014 to 2018 related to any false or inaccurate information on President Trump's public financial disclosures, all documents from November 2016 through 2018 regarding the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., and all documents from 2017 through 2018 regarding any financial transactions between President Trump and any foreign or domestic state agency or government official. For each of these categories, however, key documents were apparently never provided or retained by Mazars. For example, with regard to the first category, the committee's Democratic staff specifically requested information regarding a $20 million loan made by Daewoo, a South Korean commercial entity, that was not reported on President Trump's 2015, 2016, or 2017 public financial disclosures. Mazars responded that it had no documents related to this loan. With regard to the second category, the committee's Democratic staff specifically requested hotel guest ledgers covering the 2017 presidential inauguration. Although Mazars provided hotel guest ledgers for various other time periods, it responded that it did not have ledgers covering the 2017 inauguration. And with regard to the third category, the committee's Democratic staff specifically requested information regarding ICBC's nearly $2 million a year lease in Trump Tower. Once again, Mazars represented that it had no responsive documents. The myriad payments made by foreign governments, royalty, state-owned companies, and foreign agents revealed in the documents that Mazars did produce, as well as in public records, raise two distinct yet intertwined constitutional concerns. First, President Trump's unprecedented acceptance of these hidden foreign payments clearly violated the Constitution's prohibition against a president's acceptance of foreign state emoluments without Congress's consent. Second, President Trump's failure to comply with the Foreign Emoluments Clause and to uphold his oath of office produced the exact kinds of presidential corruption and conflicts between the president's personal financial interests and the public interest that this constitutional provision was designed to prevent. As James Madison wrote, the Foreign Emoluments Clause was adopted due to, quote, the necessity of preserving foreign ministers and other officers of the U.S. independent of external influence. As demonstrated throughout this report, Donald Trump's business interests provided an irresistible entry point for external influence in American foreign policy and a continuing source of corruption in Trump's conduct of U.S. foreign policy. It is these two linked concerns that this report seeks to bring to light and begin to remedy. The framers assumed that future presidents would comply with the Constitution's specific requirement to seek Congress's consent in order to retain any and all foreign emoluments being dangled by them before them. Before the Trump administration, every president had done just that. The framers clearly never envisioned a president who would simply disregard the constitutional wall of separation between the president's personal finances and foreign government money inducements. The unprecedented scope and scale of Mr. Trump's receipt of unconstitutional foreign funds and the failure of the current statutory regime to ensure an effective and timely response to his violations of the Constitution demonstrate the pressing need to overhaul ethics and disclosure laws to prevent essential anti-corruption principles in our law and Constitution from such flagrant executive branch abuse. Congress now must decide how to respond. This report urges Congress to consider adopting new legislative disclosure regime to help Congress obtain the information it needs to perform its assigned constitutional function of evaluating and either approving or rejecting the acceptance of foreign government emoluments by the President and other federal officials. This report also recommends that Congress consider instituting a more formal procedure for presidents and other officials to seek Congress's permission when they receive and want to retain such emoluments. In the meantime, this investigation will continue to inform Congress and the American people about how to prevent senior public officials from taking advantage of their positions to reap private financial windfalls from foreign states, not only during, but immediately before and after taking public office. Further, while this report focuses on former President Trump's violations of the Constitution's Foreign Emoluments Clause, the Mazars documents also reveal a pattern of payments from domestic individuals, entities, and government agencies that raise significant potential conflicts of interest and potential violations of the Constitution's Domestic Emoluments Clause through expenditures at Trump-owned businesses. These will be the focus of a subsequent report. The chart below identifies the spending by foreign governments and entities at Trump-owned properties, all in violation of the Constitution's Foreign Emoluments Clause, as reflected in the limited records produced to the committee by Mazars and identified in publicly available information. China, $5.5 million at Trump Tower, and also in DC and Vegas. Trump Tower, Saudi Arabia, $615,000. 422. And they were only able to get 4 of the 500 businesses to study this report. 4 businesses, probably large ones, but 4 businesses out of the 500 that are under Trump. This chart reflects charges that Mazars records and public records show were incurred by foreign nations at the Trump International Hotels in Washington, D.C. and in Vegas. For charges incurred by foreign nations at Trump World Tower or Trump Tower, both in New York, which all pertain to real estate owned or rented by foreign governments or entities, this report uses common charges or rent payments reflected in records produced by Mazars or in public information to estimate total payments during President Trump's presidency. For example, for units in Trump World Tower owned by foreign governments or entities, the Mazars records cover only charges paid in 2018. However, when public records show the same foreign governments or entities own these units throughout the Trump presidency, this report uses the common base charges paid in 2018 to estimate the total of such charges paid by the specified foreign nations during the entire Trump presidency. Similarly, a public record reflects that the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China leased property at Trump Tower, New York, with an annual base rent of 1.9 million starting in 2008 and continuing at least through the expiration of the lease in 2019. This report estimates the total rent payments from February 2017 through October 2019 based on that annual base rent. Okay, so let's see. Cyprus, what? Qatar and Kuwait. And then we've got some India and Malaysia. Afghanistan. Is that the Taliban when they came to visit? I'm just asking. I'm just new boot goofing. I'm just goofing. I'm new boot goofing. All right, so here we go. We've got the DRC, the UAE, the Philippines, Kazakhstan. Where'd Kazakhstan get $23,000? No, I'm just kidding. Poor Kazakhstan. Thailand, Cyprus, Mongolia, Lebanon, Albania, Kosovo, Hungary. I'm starving. No. What isn't there a new, I guess it's Turkey. Turkey. It's probably time for a new one for that. Cyprus, $590. Really? Really? In addition, records provided to the committee by Mazars indicate that Azerbaijan, Georgia, not the state, the country, Namibia, Romania, and Costa Rica had accounts at a Trump-owned property after Donald Trump was elected president, but Mazars did not provide any documents detailing the purposes or amounts of these countries' expenditures. I think, it's the smoking gun kind of thing, right? So we're not going to necessarily, but we can read a little bit. Background: Trump's businesses and foreign conflicts and the committee's investigation. At the time of his election, Mr. Trump ran numerous businesses centered in the real estate and hospitality, alongside his 3 adult children, Coke Jr., um, his fourth wife, Ivanka, and the dumb one, Eric, who all played prominent roles in these businesses until they had to take the stand, and then apparently they didn't know what money was. I don't know what money is. I'm just a baby. Anyway, Mr. Trump refused to divest from these business interests and claimed that the president can't have a conflict of interest, registering a modern echo of the royalist credo that the king can do no wrong. This decision raised immediate concern that he would be prejudiced by foreign influence and would not fulfill his oath to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, including the categorical requirement in the Foreign Emoluments Clause that a president seek and obtain Congress's permission before accepting any payment from a foreign state. And this is the Foreign Emoluments Clause. We read it earlier. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8. Viktor Orban. That's right. He's been here he spent more than $1,000. Let me tell you. All right, here we go. For decades, the DOJ has recognized that this prohibition is sweeping and unqualified and directed against every kind of influence by foreign governments upon officers of the United States, based on our historic policies as a nation. It has been well understood in our history that the Foreign Emoluments Clause prevents the president from accepting any profit, advantage, gain, or benefit derived from private commercial transactions with a foreign government unless Congress consents. And there's a lot of things. The Constitution also contains a domestic emoluments clause, which mandates that the president shall, at stated times, receive for his services a compensation which shall neither be increased nor diminished during the period for which he shall have been elected, and he shall not receive within that period any other emolument from the United States or any of them. What? Did I miss a not in there? Shall neither be increased nor diminished. Well, doesn't that mean it stays the same? I'm sorry. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, does that mean he can keep? I might be a little confused, but okay. I'm sure I'll get some explanation, hopefully. In addition to the violations of the Foreign Emoluments Clause, the Mazars documents reveal a pattern of payments from domestic individuals, entities, and government agencies that raise significant potential conflicts of interest and potential violations of the Domestic Emoluments Clause through expenditures at Trump businesses, which will be a focus of it. Hi, Cash App. Interesting. All right. The adoption of the Foreign Emoluments Clause reflected a defining and fundamental break from monarchy. In a royal society, a king's private, hereditary, and commercial interests were coextensive with the wealth of his kingdom. But in American constitutional democracy, the elected president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and accordingly, he or she is limited to a fixed presidential salary and may not collect any outside payments from foreign states or royalty. Thus, Article 2 of the Constitution, which defines the powers of the executive branch, gave the president significantly less authority to demand advice on personal matters than the English king possessed, whereas George III could order his subjects on the Privy Council to assist in managing his personal land holdings based on their obligation to advise for the king's honor and to serve their sovereign lord. George Washington had no comparable authority, but could only obtain cabinet positions on public matters relating to the duties of their offices. Moreover, the framers emphasized that because the English king ruled for life and because his wealth was closely bound with that of his nation, he actually had a greater stake in the long-term interest of his kingdom and hence was less susceptible to foreign corruption than American presidents who held office for a limited term and did not enjoy the same access to public wealth and would be focused on their personal interests after their terms in office ended. This difference, in the framers' view, underscored the critical need for constitutional protection against foreign emoluments and the heightened risk that presidents of a new nation would act in their own financial interests rather than those of the American people. Well, girl, let me tell you. Viewed in this historical context, Donald Trump's shocking treatment throughout his presidency of the Foreign Emoluments Clause as a risible suggestion rather than a foundational requirement of our is it risible? I'm sorry, it's risible, isn't it? As a risible suggestion rather than a foundational requirement of our democracy, threatened to undermine the rigorous separation of personal financial interests and official duties that the framers deliberately crafted. Through his pervasive violations of the clause, Trump in effect sought to govern as a get-rich-quick king rather than an elected president acting in the exclusive fiduciary interests of the people. As one federal court has observed, the Foreign Emoluments Clause was unquestionably adopted against a background of profound concern on the part of the framers over possible foreign influence upon the president and, to be sure, upon other federal officials. At the end of the American Revolution, the founders feared that foreign government influence would corrupt the fledgling American political experiment. In testament to the prominence of this fear, and in rejection of the traditional gift-giving customs of 18th century European diplomacy, the Articles of Confederation, not known for their restrictive nature, prohibited the receipt of any present, emolument, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. A decade later, well, actually, I want to make sure that we know that earlier in this document, the Trump v. Mazars case, we need to look that up because the Supreme Court in 2023 in Trump v. Mazars said that the president, the former president, was not above the law when it came to responding to subpoenas. And that to me seems like a precedent that he is not immune from prosecution. Am I missing something here? Because it's the same Supreme Court that decided that. Did I, what happened? Oh, yeah, the baby. Um, it's so crazy. Okay, a decade later, wait, let's see here. What did I do here? Okay, here we go. A decade later, at the Constitutional Convention, the delegates were deeply concerned that foreign interests would try and use their wealth to tempt public servants and sway the foreign policy decisions of the new government. For that reason, a similar anti-foreign corruption provision was added, without noted debate, to the Constitution. The Constitution's drafters provided a single exception to this categorical prohibition against foreign government emoluments for cases in which explicit congressional consent is granted to allow a president to retain them. The retention of the Foreign Emoluments Clause by the framers reflected their concern about the continuing risks of foreign corruption entangling high-ranking American officials. It is notably one of the few phrases to make the jump from the Articles of Confederation to the federal Constitution, and it did so despite being a difficult provision to follow. The carve-out allowing emoluments from foreign states only when Congress grants approval underscores both the breadth and purpose of the Foreign Emoluments Clause. By submitting an emolument for congressional approval, an officeholder brings transparency and accountability to transactions that might otherwise remain buried, and they did, forcing federal officeholders to examine their judgments and opening the entire arrangement to probing scrutiny. Congress must validate a transaction as not influencing a federal officeholder's judgment, or else must accept political responsibility for unleashing foreign money with all its corrupting and corrosive influence into the halls of federal power. Further, the clause is intended to reach not only clear instances of quid pro quo corruption, to which Congress would never rationally consent, but all transactions, including ostensible market transactions, through which a foreign government could subtly, I can't say that word, curry favor and ingratiate itself with any person holding an office of profit or trust. Throughout the history of the Republic, both the executive and legislative branches have strictly adhered to the spirit and letter of the Foreign Emoluments Clause. In 1830, President Andrew Jackson petitioned Congress to keep a gold medal presented to him by Colombian President Simón Bolívar. Congress rejected his request and required that the medal be deposited in the Department of State. In 1840, President Martin Van Buren personally refused multiple gifts from the Imam of Muscat, explaining that in doing so, he was observing a fundamental law of the Republic which forbids its servants from accepting presents from foreign states or princes. President Van Buren wrote, "I deem it my duty to lay the proposition before Congress for such disposition as they may think fit to make of it." Congress instructed him to give the items to the State Department or sell the items and give the proceeds to the U.S. Treasury. In 1862, during the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln informed Congress that the King of Siam had personally presented him with a ceremonial sword and 2 elephant tusks, amongst other favors. As beloved as Lincoln was to the Republican-controlled Congress, it ordered him to deposit the gifts with the Department of the Interior. Van Buren for the win. It's so funny. Interesting. Wow, I didn't even realize. In the modern age, the treatment of honors received by Presidents John F. Kennedy and Barack Obama from foreign nations once again confirmed the broad scope of the Foreign Emoluments Clause. In 1963, the Irish government awarded President Kennedy honorary Irish citizenship, reiterating the conclusion that the Foreign Emoluments Clause was, quote, directed against every kind of influence by foreign governments upon officers of the United States based on our historic policies as a nation. The DOJ determined that the acceptance would fall within the spirit, if not the letter, of the clause's prohibition. President Kennedy declined the honor. In 2009, President Obama accepted the Nobel Peace Prize only after the DOJ determined that the selection process was independent from the influence of the Norwegian government. In reaching this conclusion, however, the DOJ Office of Legal Counsel once again affirmed that the clause applies to the president because the president surely holds an office of profit or trust. President Obama promptly donated the $1.4 million Nobel Prize money to charity. In advisory opinions issued during the modern era, the DOJ has broadly defined emolument as reaching the benefits, gains, or advantages that flow from transactional business relationships with foreign governments or entities, including private transactions. Moreover, federal district courts that address this issue in cases brought against then-President Trump have likewise concluded that the clause reaches profits arising from private or market transactions. The opinions are consistent with the expansive language of the clause, which refers to any present, emolument, office, title of any kind whatever, and also the framers' intent to protect against the possibility that foreign nations would propose personal business transactions with American federal officials to obtain preferential policy treatment from them. Let me see what this says. Okay, so this dang it. I'm sorry. Crashy McCrasherson. Crash, bang, boom. Crash, bang, boom. DeSantis is going to release the Epstein what? Right? Her line of Chinese emoluments. I'm sorry, everyone. Sorry. I hope you didn't lose me too much. Maybe just for a few seconds. Okay, we're back. I'm so sorry, everyone. Hi, everybody. Real sorry about that. Little crash, bang, boom. Nothing like a little Thursday crash, bang, boom. Okay, let me go back to this document. Okay, here we go. We're back. We're back. DeSantis is going to release the Epstein. Really? Where is Alex? What's that guy's name that was the Palm Beach U.S. attorney or whatever? Then he became some cabinet member, probably for his silence. Be happy to see Alex Acosta, right? Wasn't his name Alex Acosta? Yeah, Acosta, that's right. Okay. I'd like to see him squirm. That'd be great. I don't know why DeSantis would do that. Maybe I do know why. I guess I know why. Ooh. I wonder if there's something juicy in there. Terrible. And I don't mean juicy in the salacious way. I mean juicy in terms of, does it implicate Trump, and is that why DeSantis is doing it? Sorry, I didn't mean to infer that there was anything about the content that was juicy, because that's not the case. It is disgusting, and I want to see justice happen for all of those women. But we need some fucking evidence to come out. And if DeSantis is going to do it, interesting. He must really be mad. They're all so mad at each other. They're all so mad. I think they like RFK because he's just like not paying attention and they can make him do stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. I don't know. Sorry, I digress. Okay, let's get back to the emoluments. Let's get back to something cleaner, like foreign influence and corruption in our in the highest office in the land. Former President Trump's shocking departure from these deeply established and long observed principles caused significant public controversy during his administration. Although he never sought congressional permission to keep any of the millions of dollars he collected from foreign governments and foreign government owned companies, the American public took notice of the rampant flow of funds to his businesses from these sources. The attorneys general of the District of Columbia and Maryland, members of Congress, several public interest groups, and others brought or supported legal actions to try and stop these violations of the Foreign Emoluments Clause. Ultimately, the lawsuits were never decided on the merits because the courts dismissed them on the threshold procedural grounds, including that the parties lacked legal standing to sue or that the litigation became moot after Donald Trump left office. The public deserves to know. Oh, Jim, I gotta look up that one. All right, I need to pee, so I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll put on some mute. No, I'm not going to put on music because it's probably going to crash it. I don't want to crash it. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh shoot, what's going on here? Oh, okay, good. I'm sorry. I'm watching tracking multiple things. Okay. Sorry about that. All right, here we go. Let's go back to the future. Let's go back Okay. Blah, 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 blah. As one of these courts concluded with respect to former President Trump, sole or substantial ownership of a business that receives hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars a year in revenue from one of its hotel properties where foreign and domestic governments are known to stay, often with the express purpose of cultivating the president's good graces, most definitely raises the potential for undue influence and would be well within the contemplation of the foreign and domestic emoluments clauses. President Trump's refusal to divest from his expansive business empire and corresponding refusal to stop doing business with foreign governments and royalty set up the likelihood of repeated breaches of the Foreign Emoluments Clause and a clash between his business interests and his obligations to the nation that existed throughout his administration. Both the constitutional violations and the ethical conflicts of interest came to pass in strikingly swift, vivid, and nefarious ways. Donald Trump's refusal to divest from his businesses upon entering office and resulting foreign conflicts. President Trump entered office with two primary sets of business assets particularly susceptible to foreign influence: his domestic business holdings, including hotels and real estate, which were positioned to reap revenues from foreign governments or state-linked customers, and his business holdings abroad, which were also positioned to reap revenues while being directly subject to the regulation and oversight of foreign governments. As one federal appellate judge explained in one of the cases brought against former President Trump under the Emoluments Clause arising out of precisely this conflict, governments and their diplomats perceive it as crucial to their success in diplomacy with the United States to secure the personal goodwill of the president and avoid the risk of incurring his displeasure. The president's favor is a lucrative prize for a foreign diplomat who visits our country often. For a foreign diplomat who visits our country often have the purpose of seeking some favorable action from the government which the president largely controls. In addition, the president, according to the allegations of the complaint, has announced to the world his favoritism for nations that patronize his businesses. It follows with undeniable logic that envoys of foreign nations who are free to choose equivalent venues will be strongly motivated to choose the president's establishments so as to advance their objective of currying the president's favor and to avoid the risk of displeasing him by choosing his competitors. This concern was borne out shortly after Mr. Trump's election in 2016, when approximately 100 foreign diplomats from a range of foreign governments gathered at a promotional event for the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. As the Washington Post reported, quote, "Believe me, all the delegations will go there," said one Middle Eastern diplomat who recently toured the hotel and booked an overseas visitor. The diplomat said many stayed away from the hotel before the election for fear of a, quote, "Clinton backlash," but now that it's the now it's the place to be seen. In interviews with a dozen diplomats, many of whom declined to be named because they were not authorized to speak about anything related to the next U.S. president, some said spending money at Trump's hotel is an easy, friendly gesture to the new president. Quote, "Why wouldn't I stay at his hotel blocks from the White House so I can tell the new president, 'I love your new hotel'? Isn't it rude to come to his city and say, 'I'm staying at your competitor'?" said one Asian diplomat. Guests at the Trump Hotel have begun parking themselves in the lobby, ordering expensive cocktails, hoping to see one of the Trump family members or the latest cabinet pick. One foreign official hoped Trump, famous for the personal interest he takes in his businesses, might check the guest logs himself. Between Mr. Trump's election and his assumption of office, both Republican and Democratic ethics experts urged Donald Trump to divest from his business holdings and place them in an independent blind trust to avoid the appearance of divided loyalties. One letter, signed by 29 such experts, issued a blunt warning. As long as you continue to maintain ownership of the Trump Organization, no other steps that you take will prevent the serious conflicts of interest, appearance of conflicts, and emoluments clause problems that will exist throughout your presidency. In these circumstances, you cannot separate the presidency from your business enterprises. Donald Trump cavalierly ignored this warning. Instead, before entering office, Mr. Trump transferred nearly all of his business holdings, including the 4 properties discussed in this report, into the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust. This trust, however, was anything but independent. It was controlled by 2 trustees, Koch Jr. and Trump Organization Chief Financial, that's in air quotes, officer, Alan Weisselberg, who doesn't know how money works, apparently. He doesn't know what GAAP is. None of them do. Although this structure created the illusion of separation between Mr. Trump and his business interests, in reality, President Trump retained effective control over and the complete financial benefit of his businesses. By its own terms, the purpose of the trust is to hold assets for the benefit of Donald J. Trump. Koch Jr. and Mr. Weisselberg managed the trust accordingly and could distribute net income or principal to Donald J. Trump at his request. That's a quote from the trust. President Trump was able to quietly draw down any money from his trust whenever he wanted, as well as receive reports on any profit or loss or on his businesses. Well, but he didn't read the reports. Didn't you hear the testimony? For example, in 2019, the committee obtained documents and testimony showing evidence that both President Trump and the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust reimbursed Mr. Trump's personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, for illegal campaign contributions. Oh, remember that? This information formed the core of Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's April 2023 indictment of former President Donald Trump in the Supreme Court of New York State. Also in 2019, Mr. Cohen testified before the Oversight Committee that Mr. Trump inflated the value of his assets and statements to banks and insurers in order to obtain more advantageous terms for loans and insurance coverage, and in addition that Mr. Trump provided deflated valuations to lower real estate taxes on certain assets. See the current judgment against him. Mr. Cohen's testimony led the New York State Attorney General to open an investigation of Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization in the same year, later bring the lawsuit in which Mr. Trump was found to have defrauded banks and insurers by providing those false evaluations. But now I guess he better hope that it's worth a lot, because if he sells his $1.8 billion Mar-a-Lago, he should be able to handle all those debts, right? Claimed donations of profits by the Trump Organization to the U.S. Treasury did not avoid Trump's myriad violations of the Foreign Emoluments Clause. Several months into President Trump's term, the Trump Organization issued a pamphlet describing its voluntary directive to donate all profits from foreign governments' patronage at our hotels and similar businesses during President Trump's presidential term to the U.S. Treasury. This policy, however, clearly failed to comply with the Constitution, which imposes a total ban on receipt of any revenue from foreign governments, not just profits, absent congressional approval. Because it was limited to profits and did not extend to revenues generally, this policy was insufficient on its face to comply with the Foreign Emoluments Clause. The standard, look at all those footnotes, the standard dictionary definition of emolument, as well as rulings by federal courts that have addressed this issue, make clear that an emolument includes any benefit, gain, or advantage. As one of those courts observed, this definition essentially covers anything of value. By its own terms, the Trump Organization's claimed donation of profits to Treasury, therefore, still allowed former President Trump to retain significant emoluments in the form of revenues, which its policy excluded from the funds designated for donation. Moreover, the policy substantially limited the scope of profits it covered to those, quote, generated from foreign governments' patronage from wholly owned properties, and two, generated from management fees earned from managed hotels and condominium hotels attributed to foreign governments' patronage. By excluding non-wholly owned and non-hotel Trump properties, the policy omitted potentially significant sums from the already truncated category of emoluments that it covered. For example, this report identifies more than $1 million in foreign emoluments paid to Trump World Tower in New York, which fall outside the scope of the Trump Organization's policy. The policy further reserved the right of the Trump Organization to exclude from its calculation of profit state-owned and state-controlled entities and industries such as aerospace and defense, banking, finance, healthcare, energy, and others, which may not be reasonably identifiable as foreign government entities. What? Finally, the policy expressly stated that the Trump Organization would not even attempt to identify all emoluments, claiming that complying with this constitutional requirement would be impractical, and that a policy that requires all guests to identify themselves would impede upon personal privacy and diminish the guest's experience of our brand. As such, the Trump Organization's policy, the only profits reported were those volunteered by foreign governments, and Trump-owned businesses never opened their books to allow review of their treatment of these payments. It is hard to imagine a more ludicrous and half-hearted approach to the categorical prohibition in the Constitution. The significant benefit to President Trump from revenues generally, regardless of any profits, is demonstrated by the precarious financial condition of the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. during his presidency. As committee Democrats have previously reported, a review of financial documents regarding the Trump International Hotel in D.C. provided by the GSA revealed that while President Trump claimed on required financial disclosures that he made $156 million in employment income from the hotel between 2016 and 2020, the hotel in fact lost more than $73 million during this period. reflecting serious financial problems at the Trump International Hotel in Washington. Annual financial statements obtained by the committee also revealed that one of President Trump's holding companies, DJT Holdings LLC, injected tens of millions of dollars into the Trump International Hotel as loans, the vast majority of which were never repaid and were later converted to capital contributions. The hotel's significant losses were due in part to the hotel's fixed costs, including general and administrative expenses, sales and marketing expenses, and property operations and maintenance. Given that the hotel was operating at a significant loss, foreign government revenue would have helped cover a portion of these fixed costs, even if alleged profits were donated. Under the Trump administration, federal agencies acquiesced to President Trump's receipt of unconstitutional foreign emoluments. In contravention of the Constitution's explicit prohibition on a president's receipt of foreign emoluments, federal agencies under the Trump administration repeatedly acquiesced to former President Trump's desire. Hi, Muskie. How are you? Good to see ya. What did I say? Oh, Trump's desire to continue profiting from his businesses while in office. One notable instance involved the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., which is located in the old post office pavilion, a historic building that has a lease overseen by the federal GSA. The contract for the lease included a provision specifying that, quote, no elected official of the government of the United States shall be admitted to any share or part of this lease or to any benefit that may arise therefrom. Despite the clear language of this provision, the agency released a statement in March 2017 explaining that the agency had found that then President Trump was in full compliance with the lease because his trust was party to the lease rather than him personally. Some within GSA, however, were concerned that this position violated the Foreign Emoluments Clause, the Domestic Emoluments Clause, and the plain terms of the lease prohibiting elected officials from being leaseholders. These concerns were merited, and the GSA Inspector General later determined that GSA's decision-making process regarding this matter included serious shortcomings. What? According to GSA's Inspector General, GSA's lawyers understood that President Trump's continued interest in the Trump International Hotel was a possible violation of the Foreign Emoluments Clause, but nevertheless simply decided to punt and not address the issue. As the Inspector General's report succinctly stated, quote, GSA ignored the Constitution. I wonder if that was that Emily. Probably not. Probably a few more people at GSA than just her. Similarly, in 2017, the Department of State approved leases by foreign governments at Trump World Tower in New York, thereby creating a situation in which an agency, overseen by the president, directly sanctioned unconstitutional emoluments flowing to the president. What? Okay. It is unclear to what extent the State Department considered the Constitution before approving these leases. It is clear, however, that the President accepted these emoluments without seeking Congress's approval in violation of the prohibition set forth in the Constitution. Let's just see. It's the three. Okay, so the report focuses on spending and conflicts at 3 Trump properties for which Mazars produced reports to the committee: the Washington, D.C., Nevada, the Vegas, and Trump Tower, United Nations, and also Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue. This one might not be. Okay, so as of 2020, the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust owned either indirectly or directly a sprawling web of 558 corporate entities, which together comprise the Trump Organization. Given the number of corporate entities, the 4 properties discussed in this report constituted less than 1% of the businesses Donald Trump owned while he was president. The committee did not receive from Mazars any documents regarding at least 80% of Donald Trump's business entities. For many other entities, Mazars produced only a single document. Accordingly, these Mazars records and publicly available information shed light on only a small fraction of the companies, leaving unknown the purpose and financial activities of hundreds of opaque entities under Mr. Trump's control. Man, who's awake? Hello. I could use a little more Fed involvement in this. Hello. Based on former President Trump's required disclosures with the Office of Government Ethics for the years 2017 through 2020, following the transfer of his assets to the trust, the 4 properties discussed in this report were either owned solely by the trust or co-owned by the trust with Mr. Trump's children or a Trump business associate, through the various entities wholly or partially owned by Mr. Trump. As the charts below demonstrate, Mr. Trump and his family members owned each of these properties through a complex web of limited liability corporations and other entities. And as detailed in this report, through these intricate and opaque ownership structures, former President Trump received millions of dollars from foreign governments, foreign government-owned or controlled entities, and individuals acting on behalf of them. Lots of good citations. Oh, here we go. Ooh, it's going to be hard. All right, so here's the trust. 100% of the, I'm going to say it must be money, right? DJT Holdings, managing member LLC. Then DJT Holdings LLC. Then Trump Old Post Office LLC, the Trump International Hotel, Washington, D.C. And then this is the Old Post Office Member Corporation. So, wow. Okay. Right. Trump family members. Ivanka Trump, Revocable Trust. Ivanka's OPO LLC. Wait, they each have their own LLC for the post office? Each of the kids, it would appear from this chart. Yeah. Okay. Yikes. Okay. And then this is International Las Vegas. Okay. So the trust, DJT Holdings manages member to the Trump Las Vegas Corp, Trump Las Vegas member LLC, DJT Holdings. So those two are normal. Trump Las Vegas managing member LLC, Trump Ruffin LLC. What the hell's that? Hyde Park LLC. That's a lot of LLCs. Okay, I get it. Trump Tower, the trust, UN. This is the Trump World Tower at UN Plaza. So they have a management corp. What is that? General partnership, I would imagine. Limited partnership, LLC, and then another. Oh, okay. That's a lot of control. Dun, 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 bum, 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 bum. Control. Now I got a lot. The great Janet Jackson. All hail. And this is Trump Tower. So the trust, Trump Tower managing member, Inc., Trump Equitable Fifth Avenue Company, Tipperary Realty Corp., Trump Tower Commercial LLC. The committee's investigation. Days after the 2016 presidential election, Representative Elijah E. Cummings, rest in peace, then ranking member of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, subsequently renamed the Committee on Oversight and Reform, and then the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, expressed concerns that Mr. Trump's business entanglements could threaten the accountability and transparency of the executive branch and threaten U.S. national security. Ranking member Cummings wrote to then Chairman Jason Chaffetz to request that the Oversight Committee immediately begin conducting a review of President-elect Donald Trump's financial arrangements to ensure that he does not have any actual or perceived conflicts of interest and that he and his advisors comply with all legal and regulatory ethical requirements when he assumes the presidency. Elijah Cummings was on it, always. Miss him very much. We all do. The Committee on Oversight and Accountability is charged by the House of Representatives with legislative oversight jurisdiction over the federal service, including the Office of Government Ethics, which oversees the compliance of officers and employees of the United States with federal ethics laws and rules. Further, the Committee on Oversight and Accountability may at any time conduct investigations of any matter. So there. Pursuant to these authorities, the committee has examined the adequacy of existing ethics and financial disclosure laws and agency implementation to inform Congress's consideration of proposed ethics reforms, including reforms specifically applicable to, you guessed it, the president. We don't have to go through all this. Okay, so then in April 2017, this is the detail of their history of subpoena and the records from Mazars. And basically when little Jimmy Comer, I'm going to cut to the end of the story. Little Jimmy Comer came in January 2023 and he said, no way, I'm not doing it. I want to look at Hunter's dick. That's right. I said it. So, Jim Comer blew it up. And so this is really just the report that they could create based on the limited documentation they had gotten from the Mazars subpoena to that point. So this is all the, oh, now here is, okay, so can we read this? Can we read this? Because this is the point. This is actually, for me, this is the money shot. In July 2020, after 15 months of litigation, the Supreme Court issued a 7-2 decision upholding the committee's broad and indispensable power to conduct oversight of the executive branch and the president himself. All right, so that's one. The justices held that the Congress's legislative authority includes the power to issue a subpoena directed to the president's personal information, and affirmed that when Congress seeks information needed for intelligent legislative action, it unquestionably remains the duty of all citizens to cooperate. But wait, I want to get that part. I want you to, oh man, give me that part where you say that the court said that that the president does not have absolute immunity. They said it in this decision. I need to find that. I need to find it. The matter returns to the district court up again. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we got the short version of that earlier, so apologies for skipping some of this. But this document's big. Okay. On August 22, after the committee's successive court victories, the Trump Organization, the committee, and Mazars reached a three-way agreement for Mazars to begin producing documents. So we went over this too. This was all the documents. Oh wait, I'm just reading the footnote involving the president and his papers. Yeah, so this down here too is the 4 factors that Mazars v. Trump, or was it Trump v. Mazars? I don't even know. Yeah, Trump v. Mazars. This was the 4 factors applied. I hope you can read that. Oh, I hope you can. Sorry. The 4 factors to be applied are whether the asserted legislative purpose warrants the significant step of involving the president and his papers, including consideration of the availability of other sources that would reasonably provide the information sought. 2, whether the subpoena is no broader than reasonably necessary to support Congress's legislative objective. 3, whether the subpoena advances a valid legislative purpose. And 4, assessment of the burdens imposed on the president by a subpoena. So that was the test, and they persevered with the Supreme Court. Okay. So those were all the documents they have to presume. Okay, so then in January 2023, little Jimmy Comer. But I want to go to that Mazars. Okay, so this is just all bitching about Comer's an idiot. Comer is an idiot. Comer is an idiot. Comer is an idiot. Okay, here we go. Before we got, the report methodology. Report includes foreign spending that has been reported in media only if such spending could be confirmed through the Mazars records. So they did some cross-checking. Only payments that constitute emoluments within the meaning of the Foreign Emoluments Clause, so it's not all of them. At every step, conservative approach in tallying foreign spending. Okay, so they're just saying, we're really careful. We were really careful. Here's how careful we were. I'm going to tell you exactly how careful we were to the dollar. Let me see. I'm so sorry, everybody. I just feel like this probably would be the drier part of this document. The report discusses charges incurred by actors such as lobbyists who, though not themselves components of foreign governments, were nonetheless acting in the interests of foreign governments. Oh, that's interesting. Although these payments do not constitute emoluments and are not included in tallies of emolument payments in this report, they are noted because they raise similar concerns regarding conflicts between former President Trump's personal financial and business interests and his duty to conduct foreign policy solely in the interest of the United States. Now, that would be an interesting list, wouldn't it? The Mazars is a modest window. So it's just saying that they didn't get all the documents. Mazars did not provide any ledgers before the subpoena was terminated for properties which reportedly received a large number of foreign government visitors, including Trump Turnberry Hotel and Resort in Scotland, Trump International Hotel and Tower in Chicago, and Trump International Hotel in New York. Mazars also indicated that it had no specific accounting of foreign government spending at Trump-owned properties. This is stunning in light of former President Trump's pledge that Trump hotel properties would donate, quote, all profits from foreign government payments to the U.S. Treasury, and the policy announced by the Trump Organization purportedly intended to effectuate that pledge. Large gaps in significant omissions. All right, I don't really care about Maloney's estimates, but that's fine. Ultimately, this report is based on the records of the committee was able to maintain, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's see what we got here. All right, International Hotel in D.C., Hotel Ledger. Okay, so this is just a list of the records that they got. Is publicly releasing redacted versions. Okay, fine. People's Republic. Okay, so this is basically the budget narrative. Okay, committee's Democratic staff has documented more than $5.5 million in spending at Trump-owned properties during former President Trump's time in office by the government of the PRC, as well as the state-owned Industrial and Commercial Bank of China and Hainan Airlines Holding Company, a Chinese state-owned airline. Former President Trump violated the Constitution when the businesses he owned accepted these emoluments paid by the PRC without the consent of Congress. Critically, these figures are based on the limited records from Mazars that are available to the committee and on a public record maintained by the U.S. SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission. As such, these emoluments represented the minimum amount of unconstitutional payments from the government of PRC and state-owned entities that Trump-owned businesses accepted during former President Trump's term. Recent disclosures regarding a sprawling trademark portfolio that the government of PRC enlarged during President Trump's term. Although Mr. Trump was required to complete a financial disclosure form each year that he was in office, he, quote, neglected to include hundreds of trademarks he owns on these forms during his presidency. As Business Insider noted, the belated disclosures mean that Americans had little insight into the scope of Trump's foreign asset holdings during his presidency and are only learning about them as he runs for a second term in the 2024 election. Notably, if not surprisingly, the ability of Trump family businesses to secure trademarks in China improved markedly and rapidly after Trump entered office. Oh, burn! Burn, Ivanka! Finally, the documents record expenditures at Trump-owned properties owned by two Chinese companies that are closely aligned with the PRC, Huawei, and Hong Kong Huaxin. Sorry, I do not know how to pronounce those. I apologize. Petroleum Unlimited, a subsidiary of CEFC China Energy. While the government of the PRC has been linked to both Huawei and CEFC, given the opacity and convoluted ownership and financing arrangements of these companies, this report does not classify these expenditures among the emoluments paid by the PRC to Trump-owned businesses. However, the receipt by former President Trump's businesses of expenditures from these entities while Mr. Trump was in office created conflicts of interest. All right, so these are the amounts. As a candidate, Donald Trump accused China of stealing U.S. jobs, orchestrating the greatest theft in the history of the world, and raping the United States with his trade policy. In office, his public rhetoric and engagement with the PRC initially softened. While then President Trump's policies toward the PRC were frequently inconsistent, they repeatedly deviated from the combative approach he articulated when he made, quote, China bashing a pillar of his 2016 campaign. According to John Bolton, who served as Mr. Trump's national security advisor from April 2018 through September 2019, Mr. Trump commingled the personal and national not just on trade questions, but across the whole field of national security. Well, why didn't you tell someone, you fucking asshole? I hate John Bolton. Okay. From April, then President Trump engaged in meetings with PRC's President Xi Jinping regarding bilateral trade and threats from North Korea. Despite the PRC's reluctance to pressure North Korea to halt its ballistic missile program and denuclearize, then President Trump repeatedly lauded his relationship. Shortly after taking office, then President Trump hosted President Xi for 2 days of talks in April 2017. Okay, so that's all. This is tying policy and behavior to his business relationships. So basically, yeah, Yeah. I really want to go back to the part though. Well, let me just keep going and see what we've got. Okay, so Trump also stated he didn't blame China for the trade deficit between the two countries, declaring, after all, who can blame a country for being able to take advantage of another country for the benefits of its citizens? I give China great credit. The next year, however, then President Trump launched a trade war against China as part of a broad protectionist economic policy and trade strategy. According to commentators at Brookings, quote, between July 2018 and August 2019, the United States announced plans to impose tariffs on more than $550 billion of Chinese products, and China retaliated by imposing tariffs on more than $185 billion worth of U.S. goods. The two countries reached a Phase 1 tentative deal to reduce trade tensions in January 2020. However, according to one analyst, China actually bought none of the additional $200 billion of exports it promised in the agreement. What? According to a January 2021 report from the U.S. China Business Council, a nonpartisan association of more than 270 American companies that do business with China, tariff rates remained at a multi-decade high, despite both countries reaching a Phase 1 trade agreement in early 2020. The report found that the trade war with China reduced U.S. economic growth and employment, resulting in an estimated peak loss of 245,000 jobs, and failed to achieve major policy goals outlined by the Trump administration. And yet, amid what became a tense trade conflict, Mr. Trump inexplicably took positions favorable to specific Chinese interests, as discussed below. I didn't know that. Why? Where? Okay. During his administration, former President Trump repeatedly dismissed concerns about the human rights abuses perpetrated by the CCP. During a June 2019 phone call, then President Trump reportedly promised President Xi, while trade negotiations continued, the United States would refrain from criticizing China over its brutal police crackdown against pro-democracy, pro-independence dissenters in Hong Kong. Shortly thereafter, President Trump said he believed that President Xi had acted, quote, very responsibly with respect to the, quote, riots in Hong Kong, adopting the Chinese government's dubious vernacular to describe the pro-democracy protests in that country. According to former National Security Advisor John Bolton, in June 2019 at the G20 summit, President Trump told President Xi that Xi should move forward with building camps to detain Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang, which Trump thought was exactly the right thing to do. Dubious vernacular. Is that what we're calling it now? I didn't know that. Why didn't I know that? I blame myself, but I also feel like I don't recall that being reported. And I didn't read, speaking of Doobie, I didn't read John Bolton's book. So, and I won't. All right, here we go. Emoluments paid by the PRC. Okay, so that's fine. You can read those for yourself. You don't need me to read those to you. They paid him lots of money. Oh, let's look at this though. Mike Pence is in here. Oh boy. As it sought to expand its portfolio in the United States, HNA Group launched a lobbying campaign to improve its image in Washington, D.C. and secure U.S. government approval of its targeted acquisitions. After Mr. Trump won the 2016 election and began his term as president, and as HNA Group was patronizing the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas, whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Contracts for that with China. There you go. It really is a small world after all. Senior executives enjoyed access to high-level Trump administration officials. In early June 2017, HNA Group executives met with then Vice President Little Mikey Pence at a public dinner in Washington, D.C. On June 19, 2017, HNA Group's then CEO and Vice Chairman met with then Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Don't touch the money without gloves. The head of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. While several HNA Group acquisitions were undergoing review by that committee, HNA Group executives reportedly met with Treasury officials authority over CFIUS later that month. These efforts, however, failed to address CFIUS's concern about HNA's threat to national security, and consequently, several prospective deals fell through. HNA Group's proposed acquisition of future Trump advisors Anthony Scaramucci's investment firm Skybridge Cap. What now? Excuse me, what now? Excuse me, who that? What? Excuse me? Okay. Failed a review by CFIUS because HNA Group reportedly did not make sufficiently clear who owned the company during the regulatory review. That's called lying in some circles. Further, in August 2018, citing national security concerns, CFIUS ordered HNA Group to sell its controlling stake in a New York City building just blocks from Trump Tower, in part because the HNA building housed a New York Police Department precinct with officers who protected Trump Tower and then President Trump. On November 12, 2020, after the 2020 presidential election, but before President Trump left office, then President Trump issued Executive Order 13959, addressing the threat from securities investments that finance communist Chinese military companies. Say that 10 times fast. Which prohibited investments by U.S. citizens in companies that benefit the CCP. On January 14th, 2021, just 6 days before President Trump left office, the State Department published a list of identified CCMCs, including Grand China Air, a major shareholder of Hainan Airlines alongside HNA Group. By the end of then President Trump's term, HNA Group had been directly seized by the Hainan provincial government, which initiated a restructuring plan following a debt-financed $50 billion international spending spree. The Chinese government reportedly restructured HNA Group's debt and aligned investments with state goals, established state trusteeship, and transferred assets to state investors. Huh. Sounds perfectly legal. Total Hainan emoluments between November 4th, 2016, 4 days before the 2016 presidential election, and January 1st, 2018, Hainan Airlines Holding Company Limited incurred $195,662 in charges at the Trump International Hotel in Vegas for what appears to have been an astonishing 14-month stay. Wow, sounds like a deal. The documents on the committee's possession record Hainan Airlines' arrival date, departure date, and other charges. They don't specify the exact services. Okay, that's fine. We don't need to get into those weeds. ICBC. So the ICBC is one of China's biggest state-owned commercial banks. Prior to 2005, they were wholly owned by the PRC. They were restructured and incorporated as a joint stock limited company. But still, let's face it, probably an arm of the CCP. Okay, as of December 2023, the bank's controlling shareholders are the PRC's Ministry of Finance and Central Hujin, sorry, please forgive me, investment company, an investment firm owned by China's central bank. That's just a footnote. While campaigning, Trump repeatedly boasted of his business dealings with ICBC, whose U.S. headquarters were located in Trump Tower. Oh my God. Yeah, then he said that thing that he said in the campaign. They live with me. Similarly, in March 2016, when asked about China's territorial claims in the South China Sea, Trump stated, "I do deals with them all the time. The largest bank in the world, 400 million customers. It's a tenant of mine in New York and Manhattan." According to Bloomberg News, ICBC was one of Trump Tower's largest office tenants with space on 3 floors, a bank branch, about 100 employees. Bloomberg also reported that as of September 2012, ICBC paid $95, almost 96 per square foot for its Trump Tower space, more than any other major office tenant in the tower. Yeah, so ICBC was alleged in 2016 by the DOJ to be helping North Korea evade sanctions, and that's the short version of that. Let's see. Edward Royce, apply maximum financial distance, blah, blah, blah. Bank's lease expired on October 31st, 2019. Happy Halloween. And the bank was considering whether to exercise its optional renewal clause. In an interview at a financial conference held earlier that month, the dumb one, Eric, explained that he could not simply kick out this controversial tenant if they decided to exercise their 5-year option to renew. What am I, a monster? That's what Eric said. Eric provided only vague statements, which is really all he knows how to do, regarding the tenancy. Eric said that while ICBC had decided to keep a couple of floors in Trump Tower, it had agreed to lease a much larger New York office space in another building. A Trump Organization spokesperson later offered that ICBC had exited the vast majority of their space in Trump Tower in a transaction Forbes described as somewhat murky. However, in a notable development earlier this year, Forbes reported that ICBC suddenly departed Trump Tower shortly after former President Trump left office in the first half of 2021, less than 2 years after the bank exercised what Eric, the dumb one, described 5-year extension. Oopsie poopsie. I guess he didn't win. They thought he was going to stay in office. So the total ICBC emoluments from them is almost $2 million. Whoa. But they think estimates that they paid almost $5.5 million between February 2017 and October 31, 2019. And nobody can read that, so don't even try. And Mazar said, that's all we got. I'm sorry, we don't have all this. All right, the Trump trademarks. I don't know if we need to really go into those. As of 2023, Mr. Trump had 114 trademarks registered in China, more than in any other country by far. By comparison, Trump businesses reportedly have 57 trademarks registered in the United States. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Does anybody find that interesting? I mean, obviously, maybe he is able, like, he probably has a very large audience, maybe, and I don't know. I don't know. Not, I don't know. I don't know what people like. While public reporting makes clear that the Trump family's businesses continued to expand their trademark portfolios in China during Trump's time in office, any visibility into this significant aspect of his finances is sharply limited because until this year, the former U.S. president's ethics forms did not disclose his trademarks in foreign countries. What? Why? Why? Hi, Armando. But why? Why not? I think that sounds normal. I think I want to know. I don't care who it is. I'm not here to pick on anybody. Washington Post. Blackwater. Oh, thank you. 2019 article from Gal there about Blackwater. Eric, Prince of Darkness. Jim, we watched an interview with him earlier from the PBD podcast. Okay, so let's see here. Former president disclosed. Although Mr. Trump was required to. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Gal. Everyone in the YouTube chat, if you can see, Gal's dropping really good links about Eric, Prince of Darkness. Let's see here. Okay, the trademarks, whatever. So basically, he has twice as many trademarks in. Wow, he has almost exactly. Well, yeah, isn't that 57? That's 114. Wow. Why? The ability of Trump family to secure trademarks in China clearly improved markedly and rapidly when Trump entered office, and it seems to have died out when he didn't. No, maybe he did. For example, oh no, he has some more. For example, for a decade, Mr. Trump had been in a bureaucratic battle trying to wrest the rights to his name back from a man named Dong Wai. According to the Associated Press, the Chinese government conspicuously awarded then President Trump a trademark shortly after he assumed office, which the Associated Press described as a surprise win for Trump and reported may well be the first foreign trademark to be handed to Trump during his presidency. I'm just going to let that one sit. Moreover, it was granted mere days after then President Trump agreed to honor China's One China policy, an arrangement under which the U.S. recognizes formal diplomatic relations with China, but not Taiwan, during a call then President Trump had with President Xi. And then the Ivanka. And then the Ivanka. The expansion of Trump business interests in China also included former President Trump's daughter and White House advisor, actual employee Ivanka Trump. The Chinese government granted Ivanka Trump's business first trial approval on one trademark on May. Ain't no one gonna break my stride. Ain't no one gonna slow me down. No, no. I've got to keep it moving. Sorry, I'm almost done, I promise. That's the fifth crash. The very fifth crash. Ain't no one gonna break my stride. No, I want those. Thank you, gal. I'm actually taking a picture of them. So please, please continue. All right, let me try this again and see if we can stop falling apart. Oops, wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, never mind. Anyway, you know why? It's because Ivanka was saying, don't talk about my trademarks that way. The Chinese government granted Ivanka Trump's business first trial approval on one trademark on May 16, 2018, and registration approval for 5 additional trademarks the following day. Within a week, on May 13th, President Trump announced on Twitter, President Trump announced on Shitter that he had personally instructed the Commerce Department to reverse its decision to sanction ZTE, a Chinese telecommunications company. I don't know. Sounds like a quid pro quo to me. The following month, it gets better. The following month, on June 7th, 2018, Ivanka Trump Marks LLC received trademark registration approval for 3 additional trademarks in China. So, whatever. All right. I don't even care. Okay, so that's China. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep. I'm going to link this document, so don't worry. You'll be able to go back and look at all these incredibly terrible details. Public 41 trade. Okay, that's all the trademark stuff. China state involvement in the private sector. Okay, so this is more spending at properties, additional spending at properties by PRC and PRC linked entities. Oh, here we go. But this is the Huawei. Okay, wait a minute. Let's just go back to this. In May 2019, the Commerce Department placed Huawei on its entity. I really apologize if I mispronounced that, please. I really do. On its entity list, commonly known as the Commerce Blacklist, which prevented the firm from buying American products without U.S. government approval. However, over a month after Huawei was placed on the entity list, then President Trump declared that after consultation with President Xi, he would lift the blacklist of Huawei, stating on Twitter, "At the request of our high-tech companies and President Xi, I agreed to allow Chinese company Huawei to buy product from them, which will not impact our national security. Importantly, we have opened up negotiations, again with China, as our relationship with them continues to be a very good one." Forbes reported that, quote, Trump told reporters that U.S. companies can sell their equipment to Huawei as long as it's equipment where there's no great national security problem. He suggested this was a personal favor to Xi. Lawmakers from both parties strongly condemned former President Trump's reversal. For example, little Marco Rubio said, "If President Trump has agreed to reverse recent sanctions against Huawei, he has made a catastrophic mistake. It will destroy the credibility of his administration's warnings about the threat posed by the company, and no one will ever again take them seriously. That is, until he gets a tape of me doing something I shouldn't have been doing, and then he can do whatever he wants." Oh, sorry, that last part wasn't really in the quote. The reversal was, however, greeted with enthusiasm by Huawei and its Twitter account, which posted a link to the story in the following tweet. U-turn. Donald Trump suggests he would allow Huawei to once again purchase U.S. technology. Huawei facts. Well, how Huawei ultimately remained on the black. I can't believe I don't know how to say that. Then President Trump's administration granted them 6 temporary general licenses, generally known as reprieves, between May 2019 and August 2020, allowing American companies to continue doing business with Huawei. In November 2019, the Department of Commerce announced that it would not only extend their temporary general license, but would approve additional, more permanent licenses, which would allow Huawei to fully resume its engagement with certain U.S. firms. In November 2019, a bipartisan group of 15 senators, including Chuck Schumer, Tom Cotton, Josh Hawley, Elizabeth Warren, and Rick Scott, wrote to President Trump expressing their strong disapproval of the decision to grant reprieves and requesting he suspend Huawei. I don't know. Huawei, maybe Huawei. The Trump administration extended an additional 3 reprieves to Huawei, despite receiving this bipartisan letter. In fact, they probably did it because they received it. The Department of Commerce did not fully implement the ban on Huawei until August 13, 2020, 15 months after it was scheduled to go into effect. On June 12, 2020, the DoD published its inaugural list of entities owned or controlled by the Chinese military, which included Huawei. Later in June 2020, the Federal Communications Commission designated Huawei as as well as Chinese telecommunications firm ZTE. Well, look at that, as threats to national security. And if you look to your left, folks, just down the column, you'll see all the amazing links provided by the one and only Gal Suburban, the Queen, who has provided you actual source documentation around and strict reporting. Huawei, that's probably sounds better. Strict reporting on these very issues. So don't just take Jamie Raskin's word for it. Fucking look at Gal Squad. Bring in the receipts. Yay! Huawei. I'm going to say it that way. But my apologies are continued to be extended to the ears of people who actually know how to pronounce it. According to ledgers that Mazars produced to the committee, Chinese telecommunications giant Huawei made a $5,000 advance deposit at the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas during December 19, 2017, for an event labeled Huawei Device USA Meeting, scheduled to be held from January 11th to January 15th, 2018. Huawei may have made additional payments beyond this advance deposit, but the limited records provided by Mazars do not provide any more information on this event. In this instance, as in so many others, Chairman Comer's release of Mazars from its obligations to produce records under the committee's subpoena, which was approved by the fucking Supreme Court, has prevented the committee from determining with certainty the full amount of the payments made by Huawei to Trump-owned businesses. I don't think Jim Comer should stand in the way of what the fucking courts have said. That doesn't seem right. Okay, never mind. All right, so this is the China energy subsidiary. That's fine. I again, I apologize, but I'm not gonna. We've still got a ways to go. Let's see. This is Trump Organization Business Development in China. Documents produced to the committee indicate that the Trump Organization and the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. may have continued to solicit business in China after Mr. Trump entered office, despite Trump's pledge not to engage in any new foreign deals during his time in office. In June 2017, Patricia Tang, the director of sales and marketing at the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., billed the Hotel 1950 as a reimbursable business expense for a hotel in China. In November 2017, the same month that Mr. Trump made an official visit to China, Trump International Hotel expense reports reference a return trip to China by Patricia, potentially referencing to Ms. Tang. In addition, a line item in a disbursement ledger indicates reimbursement for business cards printed by redacted for Patricia while on China trip in November 2017. Ms. Tang's apparent active presence in China suggests that the Trump Organization continued to solicit business from foreign countries, especially China, during Trump's presidency. Oh, Gal, thank you so much. You are a hero. Saudi Arabia. Even the limited records that Mazars produced to the committee make clear that the former President Trump's properties in Washington, D.C. and New York reaped hundreds of thousands of dollars in unconstitutional emoluments from the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia between 2017 and 2020. Media reports have identified additional emoluments for which Mazars never provided records to the committee. As such, the total amount of the emoluments then President Trump received from the kingdom while he was in office is likely far higher than the amount shown in the limited set of documents provided by Mazars. While he was receiving these emoluments, then President Trump oversaw several highly consequential decisions on a range of issues involving U.S. policy towards Saudi Arabia, including the blockade by Saudi Arabia and its allies of Qatar, arms sales to Saudi Arabia. I'm sorry if I don't say that right either. Saudi Arabia's involvement in the conflict in Yemen, and the United States' response to the assassination of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. In an unprecedented decision, and against the advice of his own Secretary of State, then President Trump chose Saudi Arabia as the destination for his first foreign trip. Just weeks after that trip, Saudi Arabia and its allies imposed a blockade against Qatar. President Trump expressed support for this blockade almost immediately after it began, despite the presence of a major U.S. military installation in Qatar. President Trump also expressed public support for Saudi Arabia's military intervention in Yemen, even though its controversial air campaign had caused a large number of civilian deaths. President Trump also supported arms sales to the kingdom and vetoed a bipartisan resolution demanding an end to U.S. military support for Saudi actions in Yemen. In addition, he worked to cast doubt publicly on the conclusion of the Central Intelligence Agency, his administration's own intelligence service, that Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was responsible for the brutal murder of Jamal Khashoggi. The Mazars records show that, in just the year 2018, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia paid then President Trump's business entities more than $212,000 in emoluments through the country's ownership of the 45th floor of the Trump World Tower and a week-long stay in March 2018 at the Trump International Hotel in Washington by a Saudi government delegation. While Mazars produced records for Trump Tower only for the year 2018, Saudi Arabia owned its property in that building throughout the Trump administration. Using the base charges incurred for the property in 2018 and assuming that those charges did not change during the 4 years of the Trump presidency, this report estimates that Saudi Arabia paid at least $615,422 in prohibited emoluments to former President Trump's businesses over the course of his term in office from just that one property and the March 2018 stay at the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. Since leaving office, former President Trump's business ties with the Saudi royal family have only deepened, as Trump-owned golf courses have hosted events organized by LIV, a golf tour funded by Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund. On December 15, 2023, for example, former President Trump posted on social media, Trump National Doral in Miami has just signed with LIV Golf to host a championship tournament in April 2024. The event they had at Doral in October was a major success. Acknowledging a Saudi willingness to transact business with him on unusually favorable terms and perhaps signaling another future payback, $455 million, anyone? Is that what we're going to see? All of a sudden he's going to have the money? I wonder. Former President Trump testified on in an April 2023 deposition regarding his Turnberry golf course in Scotland that he believed, quote, he could sell that to LIV Golf for a fortune, Saudi Arabia, among other potential buyers, quote, for a tremendous amount of money, far beyond what it's worth by the money it makes, far beyond. Don't you think that's not true anymore? Because since he's no longer president, they don't need him. It feels to me like they're investing in Jared because he's pretty stupid. Sorry. Similarly, speaking of which, former senior advisor paid Jared Kushner has also richly monetized his business ties with, a formal job. He wasn't paid, I guess. I don't know. I don't care. Has also richly monetized his business ties with Saudi Arabia, reportedly with the direct assistance of his bestie, MBS. The day after his service in the Trump administration ended, Mr. Kushner formed a company that became a private equity firm called Affinity Partners. Doesn't it just sound so wholesome? He sure does, gal. He sure does. Within 6 months after leaving the White House, that's true. That's why they keep him. Oh, of course. God, I just don't think all the time. I got to think more. Within 6 months of leaving the White House, Mr. Kushner had secured an investment reportedly worth $2 billion from the Saudi Arabia Sovereign Wealth Fund. It's just because he's so magic with money. That's all. He's magic with money. Okay. He loves the Saudis. He loves the Saudis. During then President Trump's time in office, Saudi Arabia was led by King Salman bin Abd al Aziz al Saud. However, the central figure in Saudi policymaking was the king's son, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. King Salman formally appointed MBS as Crown Prince in June 2017 after he had served as Deputy Crown Prince from April 2015, as well as in other senior government positions. Trump's son-in-law and then senior advisor Jared arranged for then-President Trump to host the then-Deputy Crown Prince for a luncheon at the White House on March 14, 2017, which Mr. Kushner joined. President Trump's National Security Council urged against the meeting, and Secretary of State Rex Tillerson did not attend. Notably, it was reported publicly in October 2018 that at some point during the Trump presidency, Kushner and MBS established direct communications with one another on WhatsApp, a private encrypted messaging platform. And on Saturdays, they painted each other's toenails. Reportedly, after the March 2017 luncheon, Kushner asked Trump to make Saudi Arabia the site of his first foreign trip. Then Secretary of State Tillerson advised President Trump against choosing Saudi Arabia as his inaugural overseas visit, and Trump, initially taking Tillerson's advice, reportedly told Kushner, "Jared, read my lips. We're not going to Saudi Arabia. Take no for an answer." Then senior advisor Kushner reportedly refused to take no for an answer and continued to push for the trip. In fact, he laid down and he stomped his little feet, and his face got real red and patchy. Ultimately, Kushner prevailed. And on May 4th, I don't even care what he says. Then President Trump announced that Saudi Arabia would be the destination of his first overseas trip. Well, isn't that shocking? His little face just got red, red, red. And Trump said, "Okay, stop crying, Jared. I'll do it." And Rex said, "I'm writing my book." Oops. Oh, hold on. Sorry, just one moment, please. One moment, my darlings. One moment, my dearest. Little bit of a text from people. Okay, no. All right. Okay. Anyway. Sorry. Just have to make sure everything's up and on. Okay. Yikes. President Trump's choice to make Saudi Arabia the first country he visited in office was unprecedented, as no prior U.S. president had ever previously chosen any country in the Middle East as the destination for his first overseas trip. Prior U.S. presidents had almost exclusively chosen either Canada or Mexico as their first international destination, including President Trump's 5 immediate predecessors as president. Other presidents who did not choose Canada or Mexico as their first destination have chosen long-standing allies. For example, Presidents Carter and Nixon chose the United Kingdom and Belgium, respectively. Belgium? No offense, Belgium, but okay. In advance of the announcement of the state visit to Saudi Arabia, then senior advisor Jared reportedly was personally involved in arranging the arms deal that would eventually be signed during the visit, and he got to wear his little vest. It was really cute. According to the New York Times, on May 1st, 2017, Mr. Kushner welcomed a high-level delegation of Saudis to a gilded reception room next door to the White House and worked to arrange the $100 billion plus arms deal that the administration hoped to seal with Saudi Arabia. News reports indicated that Mr. Kushner... Oops, okay, hold on just a moment, my dearing loves. I'm going to be right there. Okay, sorry about that. All right. Let's hope it doesn't crash. Don't crash. Hi, Paul. How are you? Hey, Paul. How's it going? Hey, Paul. Wait, what's a Paul song? Uh, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think of a song, Paul. We'll have to think of that. Okay, blah blah blah. Let's see. Dee da 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 doody. Booty bada booty. News reports indicated that Mr. Kushner, little Jared, was so closely involved, he even called chief executive of Lockheed Martin to seek a price reduction for items being considered for inclusion in the deal. Oh my God. Always dealing that little Jared. Oh my God. Art of the deal, right? Am I right? Then President Trump arrived, just like Daddy. Then President Trump arrived in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia on May 20th, 2017. While in Saudi Arabia for the state visit, President Trump and King Salman signed the arms deal that senior advisor Kushner had helped orchestrate. Approximately 3 weeks after then President Trump's state visit to Saudi Arabia on June 5th, 2017, it was reported that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt, among other nations, were cutting all ties with Qatar. Is it Qatar or Qatar? I'm so sorry. I think it's Qatar. I think it's Qatar. That's what I think. I really apologize that I'm not good on some pronunciations. Saudi Arabia also sealed its border with Qatar, creating a significant geopolitical rift in one of the most strategically sensitive regions in the world for the United States. I remember this. This was like shocking to me, and nobody else, like we didn't, no one in the news seemed shocked. President Trump thereafter made a series of public statements, apparently siding with the Saudis and UAE in the dispute. On June 6, 2017, then President Trump tweeted, "During my recent trip to the Middle East, I stated there can no longer be funding of radical ideology, and that's in caps. Leaders pointed to Qatar. Look." Later that same day, I don't know what that means. Later that same day, President Trump issued 2 consecutive tweets that explicitly contrasted Saudi Arabia and Qatar. "So good to see the Saudi Arabia visit with the king and 50 countries already paying off. They said it would take a hard line on funding, followed by extremism, and all reference was pointed to Qatar. Perhaps this will be the beginning of the end of the horror of terrorism." Sorry. According to CNN, President Donald Trump appeared to take credit for the decision of major Gulf nations to cut diplomatic relations with Qatar, an important U.S. ally, putting his stamp of approval on the move despite Pentagon and State Department attempts to remain neutral. While speaking to reporters on June 9, 2017, then Secretary Tillerson, yep, that one, appeared to contradict President Trump, warning, "The blockade is hindering U.S. military actions in the region and campaign against ISIS." And he added that the United States' expectation is that these countries will immediately take steps to resolve the situation. I want to go back to Texas. On June 21st, 2017, King Salman named MBS as the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. You get a promotion. Suggesting that MBS used Trump's visit to aid his sudden rise over arrival to become Crown Prince. Oh, when they say the quiet parts out loud. On June 23rd, 2017, the Saudi-led coalition demanded that Qatar meet 13 conditions within 10 days before the blockade would be lifted. Among the demands were that Qatar, quote, curb diplomatic ties with Iran, sever all ties to terrorist organizations, stop all means of funding individuals, groups, or organizations that have been designated as terrorists by Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt, Bahrain, and the US, and other countries, and hand over terrorist figures. On March 20th, 2018, then President Trump again welcomed MBS to the White House, noting MBS's elevation in the line of succession within Saudi Arabia compared to his position during the first White House visit the prior year. President Trump commented, "You're more than the Crown Prince now." During the meeting, Trump stated, "It's a great honor to have the Crown Prince with us. Saudi Arabia has been a very great friend and a big purchaser of equipment and a lot of other things. And one of the biggest investments in the United States is I guess it's your big investment, is buying stock in U.S. companies and various other things in the United States and creating jobs." In April 2018, amid reports that Saudi Arabia was considering digging a moat along its border with Qatar and dumping nuclear waste nearby, then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, the pompous ass, traveled to Saudi Arabia where he reportedly urged his Saudi Arabian counterpart to terminate the blockade of Qatar. Ultimately, oh, I like it. The Jim Stewartson rant provided by Gal. I'm always down for a rant. Ultimately, however, the blockade remained in effect until January 5th, 2021, when Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, January 5th, and Egypt agreed to lift the blockade and restore ties. According to the Washington Post, shortly before Trump left office, Kushner flew to Saudi Arabia in early January 2021. I remember that for his final official meeting with MBS and finalized an agreement to end Riyadh's blockade against Qatar. President Trump advances large-scale arms sales. Okay, so this is the arms sales. In March 2015, Saudi Arabia entered the ongoing civil war in Yemen by initiating an air campaign against the Houthis and a naval blockade. The Houthis had previously ousted Yemen's leader, Abd Rabbu Mansur Hadi, and the Saudi objective had ostensibly been to restore the Hadi government. According to one analysis, Saudi Arabia's perception that the Houthis are an Iranian proxy rather than an indigenous movement has driven Riyadh's military intervention. The Saudi intervention has been supported by UAE, the Globe Touch. Oh, the Globe Touch, yes. There's an old, and I hate him. I hate Woody Allen, but there is that old movie where I think you get like you get inside the orgasmatron, and that's how they have sex in the future. Is that it's not human to human contact. It's that you actually sit in a machine. And I think there was also like a ball that you held that when you held it, it gave you like an orgasm. I can't remember now. Anyway, whatever. You see my point. Despite this, let's see. Okay, so this is Saudi in August 2018. Oh, wait. Sorry. Forgive me. Fulfilling part of a 2015 arms sale. Former President Obama had blocked the arms delivery in late 2016 over concerns about civilian deaths in Yemen, including the bombing of a funeral in October 2016 that killed and wounded hundreds of civilians. A 2017 report issued by Human Rights Watch documented 58 apparently unlawful airstrikes in the country, killing nearly 800 civilians and hitting homes, markets, hospitals, schools, civilian businesses, and mosques. In August 2018, Saudi jets reportedly bombed a bus packed with schoolchildren in northern Yemen, which killed at least 40 students aged 6 to 11 and left dozens more wounded. According to the New York Times, the bombs used in this attack were American-made. Despite this, the next month, the Trump administration issued a formal certification affirming that Saudi Arabia and its coalition partner, the UAE, were, quote, undertaking appropriate measures to alleviate the humanitarian crisis in Yemen and, quote, demonstrable actions to reduce the risk of harm to civilians. This certification was legally required to allow American military aircraft to continue refueling warplanes flown by Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Hi, Siegfried. Welcome back. In April 2019, after the killing of Jamal Khashoggi discussed below, then President Trump vetoed a bipartisan resolution demanding the end of U.S. military support for the Saudi-led war. Killing of Jamal Khashoggi. What I thought about foreign wars. I thought he got us out of foreign wars. Wait a minute. Did he lie about that? Okay. This was my Twitter moment. The killing of Jamal Khashoggi. On October 2nd, 2018, Saudi agents brutally executed and dismembered journalist, U.S. resident, and regime critic Jamal Khashoggi. The CIA quickly determined that Crown Prince MBS ordered the murder. In response to Mr. Khashoggi's murder, then President Trump cast doubt publicly on U.S. intelligence assessments regarding the murder, stating, representatives of Saudi Arabia say that Jamal Khashoggi was an enemy of the state and a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, but my decision is in no way based on that. This is an unacceptable and horrible crime. King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman vigorously deny any knowledge of the planning or execution of the murder of Mr. Khashoggi. Our intelligence agencies continue to assess all information, but it could be very well that the Crown Prince had knowledge of this tragic event. Maybe he did, and maybe he didn't. At the time, Republican Senator Bob Corker, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, expressed disbelief at the president's deflection, stating, I never thought I'd see the day a White House would moonlight as a public relations firm for the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and gave his own assessment of the intelligence surrounding Mr. Khashoggi's assassination. If the Crown Prince went in front of a jury, he would be convicted in 30 minutes. According to the Washington Post, then President Trump's support for MBS helped rehabilitate Mohammed on the world stage. On October 16, 2018, then Secretary of State Pompeo met with the King of Saudi Arabia and with MBS in Riyadh. According to Mr. Pompeo's memoir, he was the first Western official since to see MBS since Khashoggi's murder. President Trump reportedly expressed an awareness of the Crown Prince's indebtedness to him. Pompeo's memoir notes that ahead of the meeting with the Crown Prince, President Trump told him, "My Mike, go and have a good time. Tell him he owes us." Tell him he owes us. So then they paid him back. This goes through the history of Saudi Arabia's payments based on, again, I'm not going to go into great detail on those, but you'll get the picture. What they have for dinner? It doesn't say. Dissident is an excellent documentary about MBS and Khashoggi. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Siegfried. I would love to see that. That seems like a great Discord movie. I'll find that. Thank you, Dissident. Let me just make a note before I forget, because I will forget. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we can. Yeah. All right, Dissident doc about Khashoggi. Boop. Siegfried. I want to make sure I want to remember who tells me to stuff like that. Like, I always forget, and I don't want to forget because I'm super grateful. Oh, excellent. During the spring of 2018, blah, 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 patronized other Trump properties, lobbyist spending. The report, lobbyists representing the Saudi government reserved blocks of rooms at President Trump's Washington, D.C. hotel shortly after Trump's election in 2016, paying for an estimated 500 nights at the luxury hotel in just 3 months. For example, according to filings with the DOJ pursuant to foreign FARA, for the 6-month period ending March 31st, 2017, one lobbying firm spent $270,000 at the Trump International Hotel from October 2016 to March 2017 on behalf of the Saudi government in order to bring veterans to Capitol Hill to lobby Congress against the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism Act, a law permitting victims of the September 11th, 2001 attacks to sue Saudi Arabia for its role in facilitating the attacks. This is weird. In many cases, the lobbyist organizing the trips reportedly did not tell the veterans that Saudi Arabia was paying for their travel and lodging. I didn't know any of that. Veterans reported they were sent to lobby on the Hill even, quote, when the issue was largely dormant and Washington was distracted by a new president's inauguration, raising suspicions amongst veterans that the purpose of their trips was not to accomplish legislative goals, but to funnel money from Saudi Arabia to the Trump International Hotel. Wow. So it shows provided advanced deposits for veteran fly-in. So it's all veteran fly-in. However, the timing and ledger descriptions for the payments coincide with the Saudi they do coincide with the Saudi lobbying activity reported in the FARA filing noted above. So the activity completely lines up with the dates of the expenditures from the Mazars. Folks, that's called what is that? Verification or whatever that is. Data verification. Post-presidency ties. President Trump apparently had no branded businesses in Saudi Arabia while he was president. According to the Washington Post, prior to his election, he had seemed to be exploring plans to build a hotel in Jeddah. I think that's how you say that. But the shell companies created for such potential business were dissolved in 2016. But since his term ended, former President Trump has expanded his business relationships significantly, aligned himself closely with Liv, And the golf tour that Saudi Arabia's, oh, so wait, what? Oh, so they bankrolled Live with another 2 billion, or is that the same? Oh no, that's not the same as the Affinity Fund, right? Or is that the Affinity Fund? A golf tour bankrolled. Public reporting indicates that the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund, a sovereign wealth fund held by the country's crown prince, MBS owns 93% of Live and pays 100% of the costs associated with its events. Former President Trump has repeatedly praised Live. In October 2022, he said, "It's big time and it's big time money. It's unlimited money. They love golf and the Saudis have done a fantastic job." Not the same. I don't think it's the same either because it's Affinity. They're just putting billions everywhere in Trump pockets. Let's see. Hosted 2 events. Live, live, live. Okay, so here is the thing. Remember in the New York case when Trumpy Bumpy said that the Saudis would buy anything he owns for well over market price? And he was using that as a flex. Me thinketh that that is not the flex he thinks. And yeah, I mean, really, people, I get that there's a lot to go through when you support someone like this and you don't want to see it. And it's probably overwhelming how many bad things this man is doing. But at the same time, I think people need to open their eyes. Former President Trump's son-in-law, Jared, just take it to Jared. You should have gone to Jared. He also richly monetized his businesses, getting that affinity fund worth $2 billion. Yep. Boop. Boop. The panel charged with reviewing investment opportunities for the fund reportedly raised several concerns about the proposed deal, including, quote, the inexperience. Where have we heard that before? Of the affinity fund management. Where have you heard the inexperience of someone and why would they get enriched with that much money? How in the world could Hunter Biden sit on the board of a, a gas company? Jesus. Dumb shits. Due diligence showing the firm's operations to be, quote, unsatisfactory in all aspects, a proposed management fee that seemed excessive, and public relations risks stemming from Mr. Kushner's prior White House role. Despite these grave objections to the soundness of the transactions, MBS reportedly overruled the panel and approved the investment. So his own fund. I'm going to stop right there. MBS's own fund. Did I get that right? Had secured an investment reportedly worth $2 billion from the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, the PIF. The panel charged with reviewing investment opportunities for the fund. That's like in a foundation when you have a board of trustees who make decisions about where the grants are going to go. What happened in this case is MBS's own board said, "Don't do it." And he said, "Fuck off." I don't know if it gets any clearer than that. Even little Jimmy Comer has acknowledged that this arrangement crossed the line of ethics, is what he said. That's his quote. Despite this admission, however, Chairman Comer has allowed Mr. Kushner to defy and ignore the committee Democrats' repeated document requests, and Chairman Comer has rejected requests by the committee's Democratic members that he issue a subpoena to compel Mr. Kushner's compliance. Kushner's fund likely reportedly received 200. Now, let me also remind you that Mr. Kushner was a member of the administration. Unlike Hunter. Because these payments postdated Donald Trump's presidency, they may not be emoluments within the meaning of the Constitution unless they were negotiated during the course of his presidency. In any event, however, their timing raises profound concerns that former President Trump and his family engaged in self dealing during his administration by making critical U.S. policy decisions regarding Saudi Arabia that were designed to further their personal financial interests rather than the national security interests of the United States. Oh boy. Okay, so let's see. Let me just kind of scroll. So Qatar spending money. I think this just goes through every country. Let me see. Right. UAE, 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 UAE. Let me see if there's anything really interesting because there's a lot. UAE also invested in Badgers thing. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it really, yeah, it's so it's so hypocrisy. Bam, ba, bam, ba, bam, bam. Okay, so there's all that kind of stuff. So I think the rest of this, let me just go to, wonder if I can go to the top. Nope. Thumbnails. That's what I want. I want to go to the thumbnails because I want to see what the, okay, here, that's what I want. Do. So they go through Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Who told who to F off? What do you mean? Oh, sorry. Okay. So apparently MBS had a, he has a board for his the investment fund, right? So he has a board that tells him what investments to make. And that the investments his own foundation said, "Don't do this. Don't go into business with Jared." And he said, "Go fuck yourself. I'm going to go do business with whoever I want." So that's basically it. So then it goes over Kuwait, India, the Philippines, Malaysia, Turkey, Democratic of the DRC, Albania, Kosovo, additional emolument spending, additional countries with accounts at Trump-owned businesses in conclusion. I want to go there. This report has documented the payment of many millions of dollars in unconstitutional emoluments to President Trump-owned businesses from at least 20 foreign governments, as well as entities and lobbyists acting on their behalf. As noted, given the incompleteness of the documents received by the committee and Chairman Comer's decision to act in concert with former President Trump's attorneys to block the production of additional records, this total is likely but a small fraction of the full universe of foreign emolument spending that took place during the Trump presidency in violation of the U.S. Constitution. Okay, so that's great. I kind of want to see what the Kosovo stuff was. Hold on, let me go back up to the TOC here. Let's go to Kosovo. During the Trump, Kosovo sought to leverage U.S. support in order to gain greater international recognition, including from neighboring Serbia. The Mazars records show that several officials from Kosovo's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including the then Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Begije Pakoli, stayed at the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C. in July 2018, spending nearly $5,000 at the hotel. Social media posts indicate that other Kosovar officials again visited the property later in the Trump administration, but Mazars did not produce any documents to the committee regarding that visit. Well, they ate a lot of mac and cheese, okay? The cheese sticks were like crack. All right. Okay. Well, that was I get what's happening here. Let me get the link to this document because I want you to see it. I want you to see it. What is it? House Dems. Wait, no. Oversight. There we go. Nope, that's the Bobulinski transcript, which is also very interesting. Okay, so this is the link to the there's the link to the report that I'm reading from right now. So that's what I'm reading. That's what I read. And I definitely encourage you to go into the report and poke around. I'm sure some of you know the details of these much more. I can't wait. I want to read Jim's rant. But what I'm going to do is go ahead and close her down now. We're entering about 4.5 hours, and I'm sure you've heard enough of my voice. But I really appreciate everyone coming this morning. We started a little earlier because there was stuff happening that we wanted to look. Eric, Prince of Darkness. We started with Eric, Prince of Darkness. We had a little bit of Lloyd Austin being bashed by stupid people, and then we ended with finding out more dirt on Trump than we needed to know, and it just makes everything else really painful. So there's that. But I want to say thank you so much for coming. Tonight, I will be back live. I'll be reading a couple more chapters of Democracy Awakening, which is the book on how democracy has been challenged over the decades here in America, by the historian Heather Cox Richardson. So please join me for that. That'll be tonight, probably around 8 o'clock Pacific. I've got a 8 or 8:30. I will definitely put up. Yeah, ignorance is bliss. I know, right? Why did I choose this? Why don't I just eat bonbons? Yeah, have a great afternoon. I gotta go get lab work done. Boring. But yeah, I hope everyone else has something a little funner to do. But and again, thanks for coming. Gal, thank you so much for all those links. That is so great. Please, everyone, the chat will still be up on the replay of this. So you can always go in and get the links if you want to go back to the chat on this broadcast. I highly encourage you to do that. No problem. Oh, girl, Siegfried, I totally understand. Come and relax, or just put it on when you need a nap. Okay, why don't you put on the bedtime stories when you need a nap? You can have some nice background. All right. Thanks again for coming. Sure appreciate you all, and thanks for hanging in there with all the little crashy bashies. But have a great day. Bye. Why won't it end? Oh, it's asking me if I'm sure. I don't know. I'm never sure. All right, I'll end.